I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf Cody from Mobile, Alabama, the port city, and what is sailing this direction is a hurricane. We're talking Hurricane Sally. Had some scattered showers earlier, with the wind expected to pick up, and then the heavy rain will begin. Full story of what to expect coming up. Paul.
And I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We will be in the right front quadrant of Hurricane Sally. I'll talk about what that means for this area coming up.
Plus, we're already seeing flooding from rain and seawater rise along the Louisiana coast. This is in St. Bernard Parish. Storm surge here could top 7 feet. That's not including the incredible amounts of rain that are on the way for some of you. We're still watching a slowing and growing organizing Hurricane Sally. Category 2 hurricane right now with hurricane warnings from southern Louisiana into the Florida Panhandle and tropical storm warnings well inland from there as well. In all, 4.5 million of you are under tropical alerts tonight, as time is quickly running out now to either get out or prepare for this monster hurricane as it comes through. I'm storm specialist Mark Elliott with you tonight, along with hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. And Dr. Knabb, a dangerous storm approaching the coast tonight, largely because of, and people might get tired of us saying this, because of how slowly it is going to be moving.
Yeah, well, if they're tired of us talking about it, they're going to get really tired of enduring it. I mean, It could be 2 days from front to back dealing with tropical storm conditions for some folks. So I know none of us like these slow storms, but we have to make sure you understand the ramifications of that. We talk about the category in terms of the winds. We talk about a lot of aspects of storms, but the forward speed really is that important in terms of racking up the rainfall totals and long duration of winds and surge. And it's only moving at 5 miles an hour. Once you get down 5 miles an hour or less, you're really talking about astronomical rainfall totals. And we've had strengthening in the last 24 hours, and that means the wind and the surge hazards will all be worse. And look at how that outflow has just expanded in the last 24 hours over the warm water. So, those two factors, weak shear, warm water, are why we've got the strengthening. Now, it's really unclear how much more strengthening might occur, or will it just level off, or could it weaken a little bit? But in general, we're expecting no significant changes in intensity, but these storms sometimes can do whatever they want in terms of intensity. But get ready for a slow-moving, strong hurricane that could be close to Category 3 when it comes ashore. Now, outer rain band starting to move on to the Florida Panhandle, gusting over 20 miles an hour in a few of the observation spots there. Gusting to 36 recently in Mobile, Alabama, over 20 miles an hour on the Mississippi coastline. These winds will gradually be increasing on the coastline overnight tonight. So there's where the center is. You can kind of get a little hint of an eye-like feature showing up in the radar there. A lot of lightning in that northeastern part of the circulation, and the heavy rains are just beginning. And I wanted to show you what's happening just offshore, just as a preview of how serious the rainfall is going to be. There's the switch over to the infrared. You see the blow-up of thunderstorms near the center. So it's still pulsing, still holding its own. Now, here is the big problem, especially on Tuesday, where we're really concerned about excessive rainfall. It could be damaging and deadly, and that will be extending inland over Mississippi and Alabama into Wednesday. That's going to be the big day, and then Thursday, it will extend all the way up into northern Alabama and Georgia. Now, here's a zoom in on the cone. Again, not really sure what the exact intensity will be and exact timing, and it probably won't go right down the middle of this cone, but look at that forecast at 110 miles an hour. So there's no obvious reason why this would weaken significantly, but we don't have any real clear indication that it's going to ramp up quickly either. Now, again, winds of tropical storm force very soon will be arriving on the coastline, but then during the day tomorrow and in the evening tomorrow, they will be progressing inland if it moves ashore as we think it will. Storm surge warnings now go all the way east into the Florida Panhandle, into Escambia, and almost to the Destin area, and up into Mobile Bay, and we still have them all the way over into Lake Pontchartrain. And the values have gone up in this area because of the rightward shift in the cone. 6 to 9 feet above ground could happen all the way up into the north end of Mobile Bay. Now, you might be wondering, with the shift to the right, why are these values still so high? That's because on the north side of this circulation, over the next day or two, you're still going to get that push of water into this concave-shaped coastline. So we still have the storm surge problem even left of track. Hurricane warnings have extended eastward. Tropical storm warnings go inland quite a ways as well. Now look at how much the chances for hurricane force winds have increased here on the coastlines of Mississippi and Alabama. That's why the shift to the right has caused the extension eastward of the hurricane warnings. And so many of you way inland at individual spots have a greater than 50-50 shot of getting sustained winds of tropical storm force. So a lot of you at risk for power outages and for trees coming down. So got a lot to deal with tonight, and one of the places at great risk for wind and water impacts is Mobile, Alabama, right in the middle of Sally's Cone. And the time to take action, well, it's running out. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is there. Reynolds, how are people preparing tonight as the weather starts to deteriorate?
People are doing the best they can. Some of the good news, if you want to consider good news, is that they've been prepared from other storms that came awfully close but just swept by. So they're ready. They certainly are. Governor Kay Ivey of Alabama declared a state of emergency earlier. And Dr. Neb, you're talking about people getting prepared. One thing that we've seen in terms of the preparedness is on the drive today coming over from New Orleans to our present location in Mobile, we saw numerous power crews that are out and about. They're staging, they're getting ready, so when the winds do come, then they drop off and then move away. They can go in and restore the services that are so dire, so important, so crucial for communities to get things back to normal. The way things have been already, we've seen some scattered showers that have come through. The wind is stronger than it was, say, when we first got here just a matter of hours ago, but we do anticipate the wind to pick up, just again, as Dr. Nab had mentioned, and with it, we've got the possibility of some of the power outages. You know, you'll notice right behind me some of these gorgeous trees that we have in downtown Mobile. These are beautiful oak trees. Some of these are well over a century old, and I'll tell you, if they could tell some stories, they perhaps could tell us about some of the other storms that have come through and hit the Alabama coastline. Going back to 1916, we had an unnamed storm that caused quite a bit of damage. Certainly in more recent memory, you go back to 2004, and that, of course, is Ivan, that had winds right near the century mark, but then you had a surge that ranged anywhere from, say, 10 to 15 feet. So it really doesn't take a whole lot to cause some flooding. And we had, again, about a year or so ago, 7 inches of rainfall that caused all kinds of problems in Mobile. And if you take a peek at that forecast, you see the numbers anywhere from 12 to 18. Come on. Low-lying areas certainly are going to be susceptible. We're going to see that water begin to pile up. And then you also have to think about away from the coastline, farther inland, many other spots, eventually Montgomery, Alabama, perhaps even Birmingham, even Atlanta. So we're talking about a story that does not begin or end right at the water's edge, but is going to affect millions of people in days to come. In fact, as we make our way into Thursday and Friday, we could be talking about some orographic lift that could certainly enhance some of the rainfall in spots. So we're talking about a story that, again, is going to be something that is not minute by minute, hour by hour, but certainly day by day that we're going to have to contend with. Then on top of that, we've got quite the season to contend with. We've got over half the season left in the Atlantic Basin. Well, the situation that we have here for the time being is one where relatively quiet here in Mobile. We've seen quite a few people that have been walking out and about. People have been going to the stores. They've been getting all those the things they need, the supplies, the water, the supplies, just to try to get through over the next several days and the potential of being without power. But with a powerful system, you can often have surge. And I know, Dr. Nab, that's where you're picking up the potential of some pretty substantial storm surge.
Yeah, and Reynolds, where you are, you could have a combination of storm surge and rain-induced flooding impacts that could both contribute to flooding in very vulnerable Mobile. A lot of places at risk, so let's take a look at what's going to be causing our storm surge problem. Now, again, it's important to realize that you've got this shape to the coastline, and where the center is, they already have a push of water on the north side pushing from east to west. And you can really tell what's going on with the radar there. So center is out in here, and look at this continuous flow from east to west in between the center of the storm and the coastline. This is just going to pile up water along the coastline all the way over to southeast Louisiana, even before we have landfall. So that's why you're going to still have a storm surge problem here in southeast Louisiana, even though you're not likely to get a direct impact from the center of Sally. Look at these values. These are observations that are near the shoreline, above normally dry ground. So we're 2.5 feet above normally dry ground, right at the shoreline, south end of Lake Pontchartrain. We're about 1.5 feet along the coastlines of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida Panhandle. And this is at relative low tide. We're going to be heading up toward high tide in the next few hours, and then you're going to have an additional onshore push. So the waters are already rising rising. And once we get to about 3 feet above normally dry ground, that's where we consider it to start to be life-threatening. So the possibility of those kinds of values are anywhere in this storm surge warning area, and your assignment is to evacuate from these areas if instructed to by local officials. And look at Mobile, Alabama is one of those places where it's not just a Gulf front problem like down at Dauphin Island. You could have a push all the way up into Mobile Bay to the north side there, and then some of the rivers can carry some water onto normally dry ground up in that area. So again, right side of the circulation will be where the greatest onshore push is. And again, here, look at north end of Mobile Bay could be 6 to 9 feet above normally dry ground. Dauphin Island, somewhere in that 6-foot range. And look at all the way over here into Pensacola Bay, could be exceeding that 3-foot threshold. And it's, you know, a lot of you being told to evacuate. There are a lot of things you got to take with you, cash, important documents. So when you come back, if you have to do an insurance claim, you're ready to do that. Take all that you need health-wise for the pandemic, everything that you need with your pets. Don't leave them behind when you evacuate, and so many things to keep yourself comfortable. And that phone charger, Mark, those portable phone chargers, because you know when the power goes out, you want to be able to have that phone working as long as possible, and when the cell signals come back on, texting is going to work first.
Bonus points for the solar charger as well, because a couple of, I know some people that have those solar panels, basically a small little device that you can then plug your phone into. And
works great.
Yeah, keeps that phone going, and that is your lifeline after a storm like that, for sure. Now, a lot of you, even if it's not the surge that is the problem, the severe weather and the rain could become your problem as well. For the rest of tonight, there's already going to be an increase in a tornado threat. Those outer bands are kind of lapping at the shoreline at this point. You can see that here. They're just getting in. With this kind of awkward approach, it's not coming right in. It's not the ideal setup to see tornadoes, but that doesn't mean we won't see any. Tomorrow, there's a possibility of severe weather, including Mobile Bay, including Pensacola, Panama City, over to Apalachicola, and that is because of the different wind directions. Now, tomorrow, the surface flow in those cities is going to be going almost due east to west. Go up at about 5,000 feet, and they're coming in with a little bit more of a southerly component, and that's just enough spin, that's just enough turn to be ingested by those storms and give you those fast-moving tornadoes that are often associated with landfalling tropical systems. And so it's a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon. Not the biggest number we've ever seen, but something that you do have to be aware of, that this could be another threat with this storm. As for the wind, look at this. This is a buoy that is just off the coast, southeast of Louisiana. There's our center of our storm at this point. And so this red line is the wind. As it got into that western side of the eye wall, winds came up considerably. And as you got into that center, the pressures came down considerably, down below 984. And so with pressure basically a proxy for strength, the lower that pressure gets, the stronger the winds will then respond. And so if that pressure continues to fall with this slow approach, gosh, even just the regular old tropical winds could be bad enough even without a tornado. And again, the buoys are gusting to 65 now off the coast, and that wind will only increase for those of us near the shoreline. Of course, we want to check in with meteorologist Paul Goodloe. He's in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Paul.
We're still about a day away from landfall. That's going to be a slow landfall here in Gulf Shores. The eye should be west of us, but we're going to be that right front quadrant. So we're going to have the push of the hurricane, the forward motion, not to mention the push of the Gulf, which behind me is very, very agitated. Hard to see now that darkness has fallen, but we've been dealing with huge waves, white caps as far as you can see out here early in the day. Now, there's a great dune system here at Gulf State Lodge at Gulf State Park, but look at already happening here. Just from a few hours of the waves crashing all the way up easily 30 feet higher than it normally would be, already eating away a little bit at that dune structure. And we still have more than 24 hours of the surge coming in, the waves coming in on top of that, and then the winds as well. So that's a big concern. Beach erosion already happening, and there's a lot more to come. Now, at the coast, we also have that storm surge and the waves on top of that, but it's also going to be the winds. Winds have been gusting this evening, approaching and eclipsing 30 miles per hour. That's going to go up throughout the day on Tuesday and even into early Wednesday morning. But then the other concern is what's falling right now, has been falling for much of the day, heavy at times, is that rain. Some of the models now are printing out this area of Alabama 10 to 20 inches of rain. And that's just not a coastal concern. That's inland as well. So you could be 45 minutes from the coast and you could be dealing with a flooding disaster. It is that inland freshwater flooding, that rain flooding, which is the scary part. I think back to Hurricane Harvey 3 years ago, some of the models before it made landfall, we're talking about, 20, 30 inches of rain, and we got close to 60 inches in a few locations. So that's the concern. We're not saying that's going to happen here, but the devastation from that type of rainfall, and even rain less than that across the Houston area. We can see that type of rain threat here. We hope it doesn't come through, but if you're even away from the coast, be prepared for inland flooding. That's going to be the long-lasting calling card and impacts here across inland areas off the coast because of Hurricane Sally.
And that flood disaster that we are fearing, that Paul is talking about, is lingering just offshore. Heavy, heavy rainfall that has persisted in this area, and radar estimates that we have gotten over a foot of rain. So when that comes on land, big trouble.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Your carpets are filled with memories. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot. With more styles and colors to choose from than ever. And free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Woo! Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cat.
Did your job give you mesothelioma or lung cancer? If you had occupational asbestos exposure and now have mesothelioma or lung cancer, you may be entitled to claim some of the $30 billion in asbestos bankruptcy funds, even if you smoked. Call Whites and Luxembourg today. They are the New York law firm who's won the state's highest verdicts for your colleagues and neighbors in their asbestos cases.
Mesothelioma or lung cancer victims, call 800-299-5600. That's 800-299-5600.
I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. That was all I really needed.
We got back. One day he called me out of the blue, and it's comforting to know that I always can count on him to have my back.
She called me from time to time. I really didn't think I needed any help.
It took me from being really depressed to feeling like somebody cared. It gave me some hope. Just that one text.
Be there. Your call, your presence, your words, your support. Be there and help save a life.
Of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, one of the components we are most concerned about with Hurricane Sally is its storm surge. We are looking at significant surge values across parts of the Gulf Coast, including across parts of eastern Louisiana. 7 to 11 feet of surge. That includes portions of Mississippi over to Gulfport and Biloxi. Over to Mobile, 6 to 9 feet of surge, and you can see that surge extends into portions of Florida as well. We could be looking at 1 to 3 feet in places like Apalachicola. So what does this mean? This is the rise of water onto normally dry ground. And when we look at a place like Shoreline Park, this is a community outside of Bay St. Louis, we're going to be talking about neighborhoods swamped with water. So that rise of 3 feet, then 6 feet, you can see begins to swamp these communities, swamp these streets. And many streets, many homes inundated with the water. So I want to show you what this looks like. Now, 1 to 3 feet, you look at that and you go, all right, that's not that much. But look at it here. This is enough to knock me off my feet, knock you off your feet. It's also enough to float a car. So once that surge is this high, it's too late to go. You're not going to be able to get in the car and drive away. 6-foot surge, that's going to be over my head. And then 9 feet, which is possible in some isolated spots, that's getting up into the second story of homes. If you've only got a 1-story building that you're in, you're going to be up in the attic. It is so important that if the surge forecast has your local officials telling you to leave, you got to go.
Alex, thank you for showing us just how scary storm surge can be. The only safe thing to do to ensure your survival is to evacuate. Now look at that track and intensity forecast. It is going to be making that slow bend to the right. That puts the Alabama coastline and the Pensacola area into more likely than not the onshore flow side of this as this comes ashore. And those numbers have come up for places like Pensacola. Could see 2, 3, or 4 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground somewhere in that extreme western Florida panhandle area, and they are under a storm surge warning. You know what we always say, your assignment if you're in a storm surge warning is to evacuate if and when instructed by your local officials. So let's talk to one of them. Joining us on the phone right now is Eric Gilmore with Escambia County, Florida Emergency Management. Eric, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Dr. McNabb.
Well, what are you telling your residents to do tonight? Who is under evacuation instructions, and how much longer will it be before it's too late for them to go?
So we've activated or put out an evacuation order for Zone A, which is our Perdita Key area, Pensacola Beach, low-lying areas. We put that order out this afternoon, and we opened a shelter up this afternoon at 8 p.m. But that's who we're asking to take this serious. Look at your plan, make sure that you've got everything you need to get out safely. And we're looking at things deteriorating through early tomorrow morning, throughout the day, of course. So that's where we sit right now.
What's your message for people who are far enough inland that they don't live in an evacuation zone? One thing I like to tell folks like that is maybe could you be an evacuation destination for somebody who's leaving, so maybe they don't have to go to a more crowded shelter?
That's absolutely it. We've been preaching that since the first of hurricane season. So know your plan. If you've got family members, if you've got somewhere else that you can go, if you've got a friend that you can go inland with. We've been saying that since the beginning of the season, especially in the midst of COVID-19.
Now, we've seen how Sally has not gone exactly down the middle of the cone and exactly what the intensity forecast has offered. I know you're in contact with the State Emergency Management, with the Hurricane Center, with your local Weather Service office. What would have to change for there to be any additional evacuations? Are you monitoring for that possibility?
We are monitoring for that possibility. As a matter of fact, we started planning for this last Friday, leaning forward in case any of the tracks change or intensity models. And, of course, here we are Monday. having to implement those plans that we put in place last Friday. So thank goodness we weren't behind the ball on that. We had things stood up, ready to go. But we are in lock and step with State Emergency Operations Center, with the National Hurricane Center, and with Mobile Weather. We're getting quality updates from those guys. And if anything was if it was a shift further to the east, then we would do what we needed to do and identify those additional zones to evacuate. But we are watching, monitoring the 2-foot storm surge. We're making sure that we are capable of handling that and that we don't have any other threats coming our way.
And Eric, last question. What about anybody who might be in a vulnerable structure when it comes to wind, like a mobile home or a lot of trees? They don't feel safe there. What about sheltering from wind? Is that necessary? What are your instructions for those folks?
Absolutely. So right now we're anticipating to have potentially strong, sustained tropical storm force winds. If we do have that in the area, we're asking people who are not in a sound structure to take advantage of our shelter, go stay with somebody, a friend, a family, a relative, and also those low-lying areas. We're really worried about the rain amount that the rain totals that's been shown to us. So we're worried about that as well.
Well, Eric Gilmore from Escambia County, Florida Emergency Management, thank you so much for what you do and helping to keep your residents safe. Well, Mark, we have a lot of coastal areas and a lot of inland areas to be concerned about in this event.
Gosh, because it's such a slow-moving storm, it's easy to just assume that all of the impacts are going to stay at the coast. But no, eventually this does get swept up by a front. And look at this swath of rain through the southeast, leaving Alabama, across Georgia, into the Carolinas, a widespread swath of 3 to 5 inches of rain. That's going to be enough for some inland flooding. Part of that is because we get the squeeze play going on. High pressure off to the east keeps that slow motion, but an approaching trough helps to pick up that tropical moisture and send it on off towards the east. Gosh, it is going to be a slow go. It's really going to take until the end of the week for that to happen. So Wednesday into Thursday morning, the possibility, if not the likelihood, of flooding from Alabama into North Georgia, plus the elevation comes into play there as well. So that is an inland factor we'll be watching.
I'm your Uncle Cooper, and I care about 3 things. I care about you. I care about tires. I care about your tires. These Cooper tires are dependable, well-made tires that come with an 80,000-mile warranty. That's an 80,000-mile promise from an American company. Gives a person something to believe in. In summation, I care about you, tires, and your tire choices, so go with the Coopers. Cooper! Tires are how I show my love.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon. Oh, that looks good. Astounding.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Max. No. Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel of Hurricane Sally. And it's hard to believe that just days ago this was just an area of unsettled air. Now we're talking about a full-fledged hurricane that is roaring its way to our shorelines, bringing with it all kinds of hell. Now what we could be seeing, at least during the next several hours, some scattered showers, but really the big sledgehammer effect is going to come in the next 12 to 24 to 48 hours. And what we're expecting, well, let's go to the graphics and give you basically the setup. We're going to those wind gusts that are going to range anywhere from, say, 45 miles per hour or a bit stronger from now through Wednesday evening. However, really the muscle of it with winds of 75 or greater, that's going to be the gusts from Tuesday evening through Wednesday morning. But then I want you to think about something else, the rainfall from 12 to potentially 18. Okay, and those may even be conservative estimates. One thing you need to think about is you've got that kind of saturation. It's going to compromise some of the root systems in trees like the ones you see behind me. Some of these things have been here for well over a century. So imagine you've got compromised root system, anchoring system on these trees. Then you have long duration on this next graphic that we're talking about winds that are just relentless. And notice the duration that you're going to see. So think about the sails like on a giant clipper ship. When you've got just that force pushing on, exerting on it time and time again, minute after minute, hour after hour, something is going to give. And with it, I'm guaranteeing we're going to have some damage to some of these great trees that we have here along the coastline and even further inland. Because even as it begins to weaken in days to come, it still poses a threat, possibly all the way up in places like Montgomery, into Birmingham, even Atlanta, Georgia. So this is not just a story that's going to just stay around parts of the I-10 corridor. It's going to go well beyond affecting millions of people. Again, the big changes we can expect, the heavy rainfall, the wind damage. Another thing to consider that does happen with these landfalling tropical systems, tornadic activity can happen. We saw that a few weeks ago with Isaias in parts of the Carolinas. So a lot here to juggle with. So folks, worry not. You're in good hands. You're here watching the Weather Channel. We've got a great team assembled, a lot of crews out in the field to give you the very latest of what to expect as we roll forward over the next several hours and days. We're all in this together. Now let's enter back to the studio with Dr. Rick Knabb, who's got the very latest on what we can expect with the system. It is amazing, Dr. Knabb, what we've seen 24 hours ago. We were talking about winds around 60 miles an hour, and you mentioned that we could see some intensification, and sure enough, exactly as you laid it out, we've seen it come to fruition.
Yeah, and it looked early in the day like maybe it wasn't going to do it. It was waiting and waiting, and boom, it just exploded during the day today after holding off overnight. But now we've got a Category 2 hurricane on the wind scale, 100-mile-an-hour max sustained winds, but we've also got a Category slow hurricane that's only going 5 miles an hour off to the west-northwest. So the bad weather is only just beginning. We're gusting to 26 at Apalachicola, 30 at Pensacola, and above 30 miles an hour in Mobile. So it's not quite tropical storm conditions on land yet, but that is imminent because of all of what lies just offshore. Now, let's zoom in here. I want to show you just how heavily it is raining just offshore. Yes, we've had some rain in Apalachicola and Panama City and getting into the Florida Panhandle, but offshore, it is raining at more than 3 inches per hour in some spots. And over the last 12 hours, the radar estimates 12 to 18 inches in a big, big swath. So those forecasts of over a foot of rain, this is coming onshore, so that's what's coming. Potentially disastrous rain-induced flooding. The highest risk will be southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama and the western Florida panhandle, but it will be spreading inland quite a ways, and that's just day one because this is going to be slowly moving inland Wednesday into Thursday. So much of Alabama and Georgia, for example, at risk for some inland impacts, especially from the heavy rainfall. Winds of tropical storm force could be starting in inland areas during the day tomorrow and even up into places like Meridian, Mississippi tomorrow evening. Now, the hurricane force winds you're going to be in a smaller area, but the tropical storm force winds, so many of you have a greater than 50-50 shot of sustained winds of tropical storm force. So be thinking about the distinct possibility of power outages and downed trees. Make sure you operate those generators outdoors, away from the building. Shelter like you would for a tornado when you're dealing with at least tropical storm force winds, especially if you got a lot of trees in your area. I know a lot of you do in this part of the country. Hurricane force wind chances above 50-50 over such a big area here in extreme southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi and Alabama. That's why the hurricane warnings have been extended eastward all the way into the Pensacola area. And look how far inland those tropical storm warnings go as well. So this is going to be an inland event with wind also. Now, the storm surge warnings go all the way over into the western Florida panhandle, but they're still in effect for places like Lake Pontchartrain because of that flow from east to west on the north side of the system that's just pushing the water into the lake. So even west of track, we could have some significant storm surge flooding. So evacuate if you're told to do so. Well, Mark Elliott and I will be back in just a moment, and we've got coverage all night long here in the studios and in the field. Stay with us.
Tara, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Wow, okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Idina Menzel to sing your own theme song?
Tara, Tara, look at her go with a fresh cup of joe, getting down to work early, following her dreams into taxidermy.
It's tax attorney.
I read that wrong, oh yeah!
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope.
Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September 30th.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
New appliances mean cool drinks, homemade treats, and freshening up your favorite fall outfits. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot also means saving. Like up to 40% on select appliances. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
And welcome back to continued coverage on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from beautiful Mobile, Alabama. My goodness, this incredible city founded back in 1702, and this is, in my opinion, one of the prettiest spots. The Enville Square, and you've got these incredible trees. I mean, just beautiful. They're all unique, all different, and I'm telling you, could really tell a story if they could speak to us, man, what they would share in terms of the rough weather they've dealt with. In recent times, just about a year or so ago, we had 7 inches of rainfall that fell across much of the greater Mobile area, and with it you had a lot of problems. You had some 60 different water rescues, and then you go back even further in time, you've had a bevy of tropical systems that have come to the shores, made their way through Mobile Bay, and caused all kinds of problems. One of the more recent ones was an ice storm, that being Ivan back in 2004. Now with this system, the biggest issue that we have, yes, the wind is going to be a problem, but really it's going to be the rain that could be the tremendous sledgehammer, the big catalyst, the big obstacle that we're all going to have to contend with. We're talking anywhere from 12 inches of rainfall to 18. If this system were to slow down a bit more, guess what? We could have even more. We were talking to Dr. Knabb yesterday about this, and certainly his words, they say true today, that it is a combination of not only the duration of the rainfall, but it's also going to be the intensity. Now, where Mobile happens to sit precariously right along parts of Mobile Bay, which is fed by two rivers, the Alabama River and the Tombigbee, you've got all that flowing its way out into the expanse of the Gulf of Mexico. But you have this system, it's doing the opposite. It's going to roll its way to the north. But then the thing to consider, it's not something that's going to affect just this spot, but it's going to affect many other people, rolling its way up into parts of Alabama, into potentially Georgia and beyond. So it is something we'll deal with for quite a time. And then something to consider is once the wind begins to drop and we've got the water that begins to dry up, you've got the recovery phase. And that in itself is that's a tremendous obstacle, obviously. Well, a lot of things to consider. And one thing that's always important when it comes to these tropical systems, timing. It is everything. Let's go now to Mark Elliott in the studio. Mark, there you've got some timing for some specific cities for us.
Yeah, we're going to go kind of along the coast, west to east, go through the cities so people know what to expect and what the risks will be, because they're different depending on where exactly you are. Here's a live look first at the French Quarter across the New Orleans area. Not a bad evening right now. The winds have started to pick up a little bit, gusting into the mid-20s. Now, as the storm approaches, Lake Pontchartrain is definitely going to have a water rise. But here across New Orleans, the surge is not the factor because you've got all of that levee system protecting New Orleans itself. North and west of Lake Pontchartrain may be a slightly different story. That said, it's not a non-impact event for New Orleans. We're talking about some pretty steady tropical storm force gusts. And luckily, because of the shift east, the rain maybe not so bad. So New Orleans may be escaping this once again. It seems like we look at New Orleans over and over again over the past couple of years and say, whew, really missed out on what could have been a disaster. Well, that disaster could be a little bit off to the east. I want to show you what it could be for the Gulfport area as well. As here's a live look at the Gulfport area right now. The traffic moving okay, but check it out. The traffic lights are already swinging around just a little bit. And so the jump over to Gulfport is going to be an interesting one because here you've got all of the impacts. The orange color that you're seeing here, granted you've got Yacht Boulevard or something like that right in here, and this is a 6 to 9 foot storm surge potential. Now remember, these maps look a little bit different than the other storm surge maps because these are actual forecasts, kind of moment by moment here for what could be occurring. And the Gulfport area, not only do we have a 7 to 11 foot storm surge in your forecast, but that's on top of 8 to 12 inches of rain and fairly steady wind gusts. It's going to be just absolutely wild. The wind gusts up here, how heavy the rain will be at the bottom of your screen. So the heavier rain begins Tuesday morning. Look how long this lasts, getting to heavy rain by Tuesday afternoon. At that point, we're talking wind gusts that get above hurricane strength. You stay there for what could be hour upon hour upon hour. We can continue this kind of trek on off towards the east and look at Pensacola. Kind of dark right now, not seeing all that much. This will be a different view as we have some extra light on the scene and as that rain moves in. But my goodness, the Pensacola area is also so location based. You go in Pensacola itself and the surge might not be as much of a factor as it will be in some of the rivers even farther away from the Gulf. Dr. Knabb likes to say just because you can't see the Gulf doesn't mean that the Gulf can't come to see you. And that may be the case up those river systems where everything starts to back up. How could it not back up, right? You're only talking about, I say only, it could be a life-threatening surge if you get 3 feet the wrong position, but only 2 to 4 feet compared to like the 7 to 11. But you couple that with 12 to 18 inches of rain, and as Reynolds mentioned, well, then the rivers can't get that back out towards the coast and towards the Gulf anymore. Everything backs up and increases that flood threat. Also, want to show you right now the Destin area. Destin could be already raining, right? You see those raindrops going across. Gusty winds up to about 20, 25 miles per hour. You're generally in the lower surge area because you're far enough to the east. So the surge might not be the factor, but look how long you stay in some of this rain. From Apalachicola through Panama City to Destin, scattered showers, really for the duration here. This lasts for a long time. And Dr. Nab, that rain then moves inland. And gosh, we're talking about significant totals on the way.
Yeah, in the coastal areas, we're going to have the combination of storm surge and rain-induced flooding that will add up the flood risk. And then this risk is going to go inland. So you take all of this and you have it go basically in this direction, and we've got big-time problems that'll really start tomorrow, where not just at the coast, but spreading inland, likely flash flooding that could be community-wide. Could not only flood roads, it could get into communities and homes. So that's why it's going to be something where you have to maybe call 911 if water starts getting into your home and you're trapped. You got to get up to the high level and give them a call. And then that will spread inland over much of Alabama. There's just no way to avoid this with the shape of the track. So much of Alabama, even into northern Georgia, could have some very serious life-threatening flooding. We have a team of meteorologists spread out along the Gulf Coast tracking Sally, as only the Weather Channel can.
You push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
Now during Ram Power Days, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2020 Ram 1500.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy.
The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Carmel is cheaper to the airport. That's right. Cheaper than Uber and Lyft to and from all New York airports. JFK, Newark, LaGuardia. Carmel is cheaper. App, phone, or online, all the time. Check for yourself. Did I mention Carmel is cheaper to the airport? Well, it is. Use it. It's cheaper.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. Winds east-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Channel as we are following Hurricane Sally, a very slow approach towards the coastline. And we're going to be talking about that slow approach for probably another day, day and a half, and really right along the coastal communities for 2 to 3 days until this thing gets its act together. 100-mile-per-hour winds, that makes it a Category 2 storm, just barely drifting. And as you can see, by Tuesday in the early morning hours, forecast to be right around 100 to 110. Tuesday afternoon, still over the waters. Wednesday morning, basically at the coastline, and then we start to slowly move through the rest of the southeast from there. Obviously, a quick look at the hurricane warnings with the slow approach of a hurricane. Many of you are under hurricane warnings right now from southeast Louisiana to the western side of the Florida Panhandle. And you look at the maximum wind potential, fits pretty well. That corridor of red, that's where we could see the winds, according to the National Weather Service local offices of hurricane force. They do subside as you go farther north or farther east, away from that center or with that land interaction. But gosh, something to watch. And surge is such a deadly force with these, and there could be significant water rise at the coastal areas. In Waveland, Mississippi, residents are running out of time. Hurricane Sally expected to make landfall there in the next 24 to 36 hours. And our Robert Ray caught up with people who are packing up before the storm.
Dangerous storm surge, heavy rain, and strong winds are coming. Hurricane Sally is slow but ambitious, and many people in the Magnolia State are stocking up on food, waiting in long lines to get fuel and evacuate off the coastline.
When you got to replace your home, your roofs, and your property and stuff like that, you lose everything. That hurts.
In Waveland, Mississippi, a town devastated by Hurricane Katrina, David Hubbard owns a hardware store. He's keeping it open as long as he can to help the community board up their homes.
Well, I guess it's like earthquakes in California and things like that. It's life. You just live with it, you prepare for it, and you do the best you can.
A mandatory evacuation here in Waveland, Mississippi. I just pulled into this parking lot about 2.5 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and I want to show you this. Check this out. There are boats and RVs here in this retail shopping center that people have parked at. They're concerned that obviously the storm surge will cause incredible flooding and that they'll lose their properties. But take a look above at the pictures and look at how many people are staging here. They've put all of their equipment and their big trucks and their shrimping boats like the one behind me to try and be safe. And many people have left town already. Others still trying to make their way as Sally is getting closer. 50 miles to the west is New Orleans. Sandbags are in place with the hope that if the streets flood, the stores will not be inundated. Cafe Beignet is in the French Quarter and was serving customers this morning, but closed at 1 p.m.
It did shift a little bit, so we're not exactly sure what we will be getting today. And then we will be shut down for the next 2 days as well.
Though the track of Hurricane Sally is leaning more east now, the uncertainty of strength and rainfall totals is not being taken lightly in the Big Easy. These friends from Philadelphia, here on a quick getaway, are not taking chances.
Yeah, we came in to celebrate her birthday, and yeah, we were looking to stay till tomorrow, but everybody said we should evacuate.
From Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle and spinning northeast as the week progresses, Hurricane Sally is set to bring a barrage of life-threatening rain and wind.
Robert Ray, the Weather Channel.
Thank you, Robert. Of course, we're focused on tracking Hurricane Sally tonight, but the Atlantic is alive. Dr. Nab, several more storms swirling in the tropics right now. It is a very active period in what has already been an active year.
Yeah, and there's more circles on our map than I've ever seen before. But let me put you at ease. This one's moving away from land and will weaken. Very small chance of development. This has dissipated. Vicky isn't going to last more than a couple of days. We're talking about Sally, so we're going to focus on Paulette, Teddy, and then the system that's coming off of Africa right now. Now, Paulette went right over Bermuda, landfall of the center, and it has strengthened after leaving Bermuda, so at least they didn't get the worst of what Paulette has to offer, but certainly a rough go in Bermuda. This will be a weakening phase of Paulette over open waters, although it could be affecting some islands there in the East Atlantic. But for the most part, the worst of Paulette is over. Now, Teddy is going to be strengthening, and this could, like Paulette, could become a major hurricane in the next several days, and it will be doing that at least the next 5 days over the open ocean. So at least for the next 5 days, we don't have to worry about it too much. But watching the models, how Paulette is going this way, Teddy's going this way, they'll be at the same longitude, and hopefully the front that's going to pick up Sally is also going to take Teddy out to sea. But this is the next one. That's the next area to watch that's coming off of Africa. And when we get into the next week, Mark, I'm worried about that one. So we're going to have to watch this one really closely. This could go farther west than Teddy will.
Yeah, and in that main development region, so could be coming towards the Caribbean. Meanwhile, the Gulf Coast on alert for Hurricane Sally. The West Coast has been watching the fires. This has been just a wildfire year. Look at California wildfires, and it is at the top of the list so far. So many wildfires. It's not just a California story. You can look across just so much of the West for 91 different active large wildfires at this point. And that smoke, because of an east wind kicking in, a front kicking up, it's actually moving into new communities and affecting that air quality. So that is something to keep in mind for the next several days to the west. And for updates on the western wildfires, make sure you check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat. And stay with the Weather Channel for continuing coverage on Hurricane Sally as it gets closer and closes in to the Gulf Coast.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Your carpets are filled with memories. And sometimes other things, too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier. With free installation by licensed local professionals, backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You've become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've earned. The unmistakable Lexus IS.
Get 0% financing on the 2020 IS 300.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Got it?
Got it.
It's slippery.
Yes.
the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
Hey, look. I got it.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
I'm meteorologist Ed Reynolds. Will come to you from Mobile, Alabama, where the wind is slowly beginning to pick up. We've had some scattered showers earlier today, but really, the big sledgehammer from the system, Hurricane Sally, is yet to come. Full story of what to expect in Mobile in just a few moments. Paul.
And I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We will be in the right front quadrant of Hurricane Sally. I'll talk about what that means for this area coming up.
And we're already seeing some flooding, a combination of some rain, but also a seawater rise along the Louisiana coast. This in St. Bernard Parish. Storm surge here could eventually get to 7 feet plus. And then you have the incredible amounts of rain in the forecast. Maybe not in all of southeast Louisiana, but certainly off to the east from there. It's Hurricane Sally still growing tonight, a Category 2 hurricane. Hurricane warnings from southern Louisiana into the Florida Panhandle, and then tropical storm warnings well inland also. And in all, 4.5 million of you are under tropical alerts tonight, as time really is running out to either get out if you're told to, or to prepare for this monster hurricane to come through. I'm storm specialist Mark Elliott, staying with you for this storm, also bringing in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, only a bit of a window left for more strengthening. There's going to be some land interaction eventually, but I think the key word is eventually. The forward progress of this thing is a snail's pace.
Yeah, and so it does have about a day longer to be centered over water, and even when it starts to make landfall, a lot of the circulation will still be over water. So really hard to pinpoint what the strength will be when it comes ashore. Hurricane Center is forecasting a little bit more strengthening, and the latest trends on satellite make you a little concerned that that will come true. Big blowup of convection right over the center of circulation of this Category 2 hurricane on the wind scale. On our forward speed scale, it's a snail's pace. Category slow, 5 miles an hour, and that is all bad news. It just lengthens the duration of all of the hazards. Now, it hasn't gotten to the point where many of you are getting tropical storm conditions on land yet, but that will be happening soon, overnight tonight, gusting 20, 30 miles an hour in portions of the Florida Panhandle and coastal areas of Alabama and Mississippi. But the strong winds are just offshore. Same goes for the really, really heavy rain. I mean, it is raining at 3, 4, 5 inches per hour out here, and in 12 hours, we've gotten radar estimates of 12 to 18 inches of rain. So the flooding disaster that we fear could happen in the Gulf Coast states is lingering just offshore. This is really, really moisture loaded, and this slow motion is going to mean once it starts raining overnight tonight in these areas, probably going to rain nearly continuously for a couple days. And it's going to take until we get into early Thursday before it really starts to get far enough inland to start to spare the coastal areas from the water problems, but then we have the inland flood threat to contend with. Now, I want to show you also how much there's speed differences. With these weak steering currents, it's really hard to get a good handle on when it will make landfall and how fast it will be moving. Watch the GFS model. 24 hours from now, it's right there in the concave-shaped coastline of southeast Louisiana, Mississippi, and then 2 nights from now, moving inland over southwestern Alabama. But look at the latest run of the European model. It doesn't hardly move it over the next 24 hours, and it has stalled at times during the day today, and then it takes until Wednesday for this to start to make landfall. So it's a full day behind the GFS getting into Alabama. So those are some of the speed differences, but at least along the Hurricane Center's forecast, we can expect to start to see winds of tropical storm force spreading inland during the day tomorrow. Now, a lot of you have a greater than 50-50 shot of sustained winds of tropical storm force extending well inland. That means a lot of you at risk for power outages and for downed trees. be sheltering like you would for a tornado during the height of this storm, especially if you got trees in your area. Chances of hurricane-force winds have really gone up for the coastal areas and some inland areas there of southern Mississippi and Alabama, and that's why the hurricane warning has been extended eastward all the way into the Pensacola area. But look how far inland that tropical storm warning goes. So this is going to be an inland wind event as well. Now, speaking of inland events, very life-threatening rain-induced flooding, not just right at the coast where we could have a combination of storm surge flooding and rain-induced flooding, but the rain-induced flooding will go well inland. Tomorrow will be the first big day for that problem. But a place like Mobile, Alabama could get over a foot or a foot and a half of rain, and they could get a few feet of storm surge. So the rain is going to try to drain this way. The storm surge will be pushing things this way. Mobile is just one of those places that is very, very highly at risk for multiple causes for flooding. And in Mobile, Alabama, right in the middle of the cone, right in the middle of all these water hazards, time is running out to take action. And our meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf, is there. Reynolds, given so many hazards to contend with and such a high risk of a big impact in Mobile, how are folks preparing tonight?
They're looking at it kind of fatalistically. I mean, they're trying to prepare the best they possibly can, but you got to remember, my gosh, what a banner year it has been in terms of rainfall across Alabama. They've certainly in the surplus, and you think about the volume of water that's still coming down from the Tombigbee River, the Alabama River, before it flows into the Gulf, into Mobile Bay, and then as you mentioned, the surge going the opposite direction. That's a collision course. And then, of course, atmospherically speaking, we're talking about more of a deluge coming down, possibly in excess of a foot of rainfall. This is not a good situation. You know, one thing we talked about last night, and certainly we've talked about today, is how important it is to stay at the Weather Channel because we are going to see changes to the forecast. Well, you may remember last night, just 24 hours ago, we were talking about how the state of Alabama, nearly top to bottom, north to south, east to west, was covered into the cone. It's all filled up in the cone. Now we've seen it. Now Georgia, almost the entire state of Georgia is now in that cone. It's insane. Look at it. It includes places like Columbus to Albany to Montgomery. Now, when you're in Montgomery, Alabama, you're thinking, hey, we're not along the coast and a problem. We're not going to be threatened by a tropical system. But sure enough, that's what we could be dealing with. Then you think about the Piedmont, high elevation, right along one of the world's oldest mountain ranges, that being the Appalachians. You're talking about orographic lift and even more rainfall in places like Highlands, North Carolina, perhaps even into Charlotte, Dahlonega, Georgia. Places like Blue Ridge, all these spots which are so far away from the coastline, it's not a threat that is just straying in places like, say, Pensacola or Mobile or even locations like, say, Biloxi. But this is a story that has got a lot of legs to it, really does. And sure enough, you see these models play out. We're talking about the potential of several inches of rain that go well inland. And trust me, you have 4 inches of rain across parts of North Georgia, you're going to have flooding alone. Now you think about what's happening in parts of South Alabama, up to 18 inches. It's ridiculous. So, folks, you've got to be really with your head on a swivel. You've got to be careful. The wind, as we wrap it up, Dr. Knapp, taking a look at some of these gusts, really, within 75 miles per hour or greater. That's from Tuesday afternoon to evening into Wednesday morning. I'm thinking that some of these great trees that are really a signature here of beautiful Mobile, the port city, could truly be compromised. Back to you, Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, and Reynolds, we've seen a lot of significant impacts from trees during Isaias this year, during Laura this year. So people really do need to be sheltering from wind like they would for a tornado if they've got trees around them, because trees falling on your home could be a life-threatening situation. Now, the surge is going to be a big problem, and a lot of people could be told to evacuate because when you've got a Category 2 hurricane that is forecast to strengthen, and the latest satellite trends suggest that might be happening overnight tonight, gotta get out. And look at, you didn't see the eye in the infrared, but you can kind of see the eye feature there on the radar, and it's north of the center where we're getting this huge push of salt water from the Gulf all the way into Lake Pontchartrain. So just because you're likely to be left of track in Lake Pontchartrain doesn't mean you're not going to have a storm surge problem. Now, again, look at all these winds blowing from east to west. We've got some gusts, that are approaching tropical storm force. But, again, you might be thinking, this kind of track isn't going to be a problem over here. It will be somewhat of a problem, but yes, the surge risk is really increasing there on the right-hand side. But look at 3 to 5 feet of saltwater flooding on normally dry ground surrounding Lake Pontchartrain. That is still the forecast, but the numbers have really come up here for places like Mobile Bay, where you could get 6 to 9 feet above normally dry ground, and the life-threatening threshold of 3 feet is all the way over into the Pensacola area. So storm surge warning is in effect there, and it still is in effect all the way back over to Lake Pontchartrain. So, Mark, we've got a lot of folks that could get the saltwater flooding, and I still worry about you add the rainfall that's trying to drain into the Gulf, and they're going to work together to cause even worse flooding than otherwise would be the case.
Yeah, the river flooding is going to be insane because of the freshwater rainfall plus the Gulf backing everything up. And if that wasn't enough, the hits just keep on coming here. We have a severe weather threat that will also be building in over the next 24 to 36 hours. In fact, as early as tonight, there could be some isolated severe storms right on that northern edge. We're watching that carefully as it hugs the coastline now. Nothing screaming tornado threat at the moment, but that could change as we go through the next day or so and the center gets just a little bit closer. It's why there's a larger zone of severe weather potential for our Tuesday. The Mobile Bay eastbound all the way to Apalachicola and really throughout the Florida Panhandle into South Alabama. We could have these isolated storms. It's all about the wind direction, right? The difference in wind direction with height is so crucial. It's that spin that gets ingested by the storms. You look at the low-level wind flow, and we're across that area that I just showed you, coming in almost due east to west into southern Alabama, almost a little bit of a northerly component as well, moving back off to the southwest, right? You go up aloft just a little bit, go 5,000 feet up, and suddenly those winds are crossing these areas at a very different wind direction. That angle, that change with height can be ingested by the storm and kick up the chance for tornadoes. It's why we have a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon across this zone for tomorrow. That includes Mobile Bay. The wind is another component. It doesn't have to be tornadic wind to be damaging wind, and we've been steadily watching the winds increasing. This is a buoy that's not too far from that western eye wall at this point, seeing some winds that are approaching now hurricane strength as the pressures have come down as that center approaches. So again, a rain threat, saturated grounds, wind and tornadoes. That means the chance for trees to come down and, unfortunately, more power outages as well. I want to check in with meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's monitoring all those threats in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Paul.
We're still about a day away from landfall. That's going to be a slow landfall here in Gulf Shores. The eye should be west of us, but we're going to be that right front quadrant. So we're going to have the push of the hurricane, the forward motion, not to mention the push of the Gulf, which behind me is very, very agitated. Hard to see now that darkness has fallen, but we've been dealing with huge waves, white caps as far as you can see out here early in the day. Now, there's a great dune system here at Gulf State Lodge at Gulf State Park, but look what's already happening here. Just from a few hours of the waves crashing all the way up easily 30 feet higher than it normally would be, already eating away a little bit at the dune structure, and we still have more than 24 hours of the surge coming in, the waves coming in on top of that, and then the winds as well. So that's a big concern. Beach erosion already happening, and there's a lot more to come. Now, at the coast, we also have that storm surge and the waves on top of that, but it's also going to be the winds. Winds have been gusting this evening, approaching and eclipsing 30 miles per hour. That's going to go up throughout the day on Tuesday and even into early Wednesday morning. But then the other concern is what's falling right now, has been falling for much of the day, heavy at times, is that rain. Some of the models now are printing out this area of Alabama 10 to 20 inches of rain. And that's just not a coastal concern. That's inland as well. So you could be 45 minutes from the coast and you could be dealing with a flooding disaster. It is that inland freshwater flooding, that rain flooding, which is the scary part. I think back to Hurricane Harvey 3 years ago. Some of the models before it made landfall were talking about, 20, 30 inches of rain, and we got close to 60 inches in a few locations. So that's the concern. We're not saying that's going to happen here, but the devastation from that type of rainfall, and even rain less than that across the Houston area. We can see that type of rain threat here. We hope it doesn't come through, but if we're even away from the coast, be prepared for inland flooding. That's going to be the long-lasting calling card and impacts here across inland areas off the coast because of Hurricane Sally.
Yeah, Paul, we really do need to convince folks that we could be talking about a rain-induced inland flood disaster. A lot of times when flood disasters happen, people say, oh, I didn't think it was going to be this bad. Well, we're telling you, it really could be this bad because of the slow motion. That 5 miles an hour forward motion is the worst number on this graphic when it comes to the potential for disastrous flooding. And here's the center of circulation, and look at all of this rain that's just offshore. And for a slow-moving system, this is going to pile up. And look at the radar estimates, 3 to 5 inches per hour in some spots, and the radar has estimated 12 to 18 inches of rain over a large footprint there over the Gulf in just the last 12 hours. That means you could be talking a couple of feet or more in a day when you take this and move it inland. That's why we're sounding the alarm. Weather Prediction Center going with their highest risk for southern portions of Mississippi, Alabama, western Florida Panhandle tomorrow night into Wednesday morning, and the risk will be spreading inland. And that's just day one. Look at day two, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, much of the state of Alabama, continuing down to the Gulf Coast, and then Georgia, including metro Atlanta, at least one of the places that is at risk for the heavy rainfall. And we're talking not just about water that could cover roads and make driving a life-threatening thing to do, but this could get into homes. And so you really, in those highest risk areas, need to be taking steps today to prepare for flooding. Get those sandbags if a community's been distributing them, clear leaves and debris from your gutters, put valuables and documents in waterproof containers, and this is a really good one. Raise electronics and furniture as high in your home as possible so that there's less things that could get damaged by water. And before the floods potentially happen, take photos and video of the inside of your home. You'll need that for an insurance claim after the fact. Look at how much rain could fall way up into central portions and northern portions of Alabama and Georgia, even up into portions of the Appalachians. Well, we continue to track Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system closes in.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
Is that good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance.
I just, when I...
Let's try again. Everybody back to one.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope.
Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? It's because they rub against you, creating friction. And your clothes rub against you all day. For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Just pour into the rinse dispenser, and Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer, fluffier, and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle, recognized by the National Psoriasis Foundation and National Eczema Association.
We all want to go back to normal. But what if forward was better? What if forward means healthier communities, neighbors helping neighbors? What if forward means better access to healthcare, more coverage? At Emblem Health, we believe in forward. We live it every day with new ideas, new ways to be together, and affordable health coverage that works for all of us. Emblem Health, healthcare for all of us.
Did your job give you mesothelioma or lung cancer? If you had occupational asbestos exposure and now have mesothelioma or lung cancer, you may be entitled to claim some of the $30 billion in asbestos bankruptcy funds, even if you smoked. Call Whites & Luxembourg today. They are the New York law firm who's won the state's highest verdicts for your colleagues and neighbors in their asbestos cases.
Mesothelioma or lung cancer victims, call 800-299-5600. That's 800-299-5600.
Daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny skies. High 70. Winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies. Low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, one of the components we are most concerned about with Hurricane Sally is its storm surge. We are looking at significant surge values across parts of the Gulf Coast, including across parts of eastern Louisiana. 7 to 11 feet of surge. That includes portions of Mississippi over to Gulfport and Biloxi. Over to Mobile, 6 to 9 feet of surge, and you can see that surge extends into portions of Florida as well. We could be looking at 1 to 3 feet in places like Apalachicola. So what does this mean? This is the rise of water onto normally dry ground. And when we look at a place like Shoreline Park, this is a community outside of Bay St. Louis, we're going to be talking about neighborhoods swamped with water. So that rise of 3 feet, then 6 feet, you can see begins to swamp these communities, swamp these streets. And many streets, many homes inundated with the water. So I want to show you what this looks like. Now, 1 to 3 feet, you look at that and you go, all right, that's not that much. But look at it here. This is enough to knock me off my feet, knock you off your feet. It's also enough to float a car. So once that surge is this high, it's too late to go. You're not going to be able to get in the car and drive away. 6-foot surge, that's going to be over my head. And then 9 feet, which is possible in some isolated spots, that's getting up into the second story of homes. If you've only got a 1-story building that you're in, you're going to be up in the attic. It is so important that if the surge forecast has it, your local officials telling you to leave, you got to go.
Well, we want you to be just afraid enough of the water to calmly evacuate when officials tell you to go, because that's the only way to ensure your safety from storm surge. Salt water coming onto normally dry ground. Now, we've got lots of problems going on in the Florida Panhandle coastline, along the coastline of Alabama and Mississippi, but it's only the beginning because the center of circulation is still offshore. And if you look at what's going on the radar, there you can see kind of the eye feature on the radar, and this flow around the northern side of the circulation is already causing water rises. Now, it's going to be worse. Now, wherever this center of circulation comes ashore, the right-hand side of it is going to really maximize the onshore push. But we already have an onshore push because of this concave shape to the coastline. Look at these water levels that are above normally dry ground as measured by these gauges right near the shoreline. 2.5 feet over by Shell Beach and the southern shore of Lake Pontchartrain outside of the risk reduction system. 1.5 feet above normally dry ground along much of the coastline in Mississippi, Alabama, and the western Florida Panhandle. And these numbers will be coming up for a couple of reasons. One is we could be going toward high tide in a little while, and then the onshore push will just continue and it will mount up and mount up. Now, once this makes a turn, now exactly where and when it makes that turn, can't pinpoint, but once it does, then we're going to have an onshore push in many of these areas that could realize these values if you end up being in the maximum onshore flow, all the way up into places like the top end of Mobile Bay, Mark. You don't have to be at the immediate Gulf front in order to get storm surge.
Yeah, and the fact that it's already started and we have so long to wait still is an ominous sign. Some new video for you from Pensacola Beach. The surf this evening already high, right? It's an angry Gulf right now. Sometimes you look at this and it's like a mirror. It is just so flat. Not right now. This expected to get worse as well. Several feet of storm surge possible here with the wave action on top of that. The rain is just arriving, and well, now that it's here, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. There's a live look at Destin, Florida. Temps in the mid-70s with the raindrops flying, and it will be almost consistent, steady, if not heavy rain from here on out for the duration of this storm. That is a big part of the story. And the water already high in places like Dauphin Island in Alabama. One of our storm trackers came across some cars stuck in the sand here after the water came up. And the governor of Alabama issuing a state of emergency, asking everyone to be prepared, not just along the coast.
Bad weather is nothing to take lightly. Earlier today, I issued a state of emergency because those on the Gulf Coast know a flood and heavy rains can be just as deadly as tropical winds. We pray that Sally doesn't do any harm, but we must be prepared just in case. As your governor, you have my assurance that every resource will be available if we need it. Be safe, Alabama.
And the governor, as you heard there, is right. It's not just a coastal thing. This goes well inland. Let's look at some of the inland impacts here, including Birmingham to Atlanta to Charlotte, all in the yellow for the rainfall forecast. That's 3 to 5 inches of rain. It's not just an immediate coastal impact here. This is going to have far-reaching effects here. Part of that because the high pressure to the east is going to keep the slow motion, and then this approaching jet stream dip is going to really funnel that tropical moisture inland. But inland slowly. So again, very heavy rain over interior sections of the southeast as well. That's why we've got not only a possibility, but a likelihood of flooding. This may transition over to a very likely zone as we get just a little bit closer. This is for Wednesday into Thursday, 2 days out, and already a likelihood of flooding. So let's roll this forward because, again, slow progress here. Wednesday into Wednesday night, maybe transitioning away from tropical and more to tropical storm, I should say, more to depression, eventually even subtropical throughout the southeast. But gosh, that tropical moisture, that tropical DNA is already there. And so the slow, process here to rain out will take all the way until Friday, until we can really say goodbye to that core of tropical rains moving through the southeast. So zooming in for you, here's Montgomery, 4 to 5 inches of rain across the metro area. We can look towards Atlanta, 3 to 4 inches of rain across the Atlanta area. And remember, the elevation changes. You have mountainous terrain. You have a different tree canopy. So all of that plays a role for power outage possibilities and flash flooding. Of course, our team of meteorologists spread along the Gulf, keeping you updated on Sally.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy tacos spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's? What? Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
New appliances mean cool drinks, homemade treats, and freshening up your favorite fall outfits. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot also means saving, like up to 40% on select appliances. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Ready or not, here I come.
Gillette ProGlide and ProGlide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke while washing away dirt and oil. So you're ready for the day with a clean shave and a clean face.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. I'm gonna find you and keep you happy.
Sometimes the smallest gestures can be the most refreshing. Give extra, get extra.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Sally, which last night you had winds around 60 miles per hour. But now, what an entirely different system we have and what threats it is going to pose for so many people. Hi, my name is Reynolds Wolf. I'm coming to you from beautiful Mobile, Alabama, where we've had just a faint breeze. It's an ebb and a flow to it. We had some scattered showers earlier, but just not far from this point, offshore, we've got a heck of a lot more rain that is coming in this direction. What's interesting about Mobile, Alabama is it doesn't take a great deal of rain to cause some major problems. In fact, just about a year or so ago, they had around 7 inches of rainfall, which caused all kinds of problems downtown. And with it, you had some 60 water rescues. Now you see that beast that is right off the shore. You see that pinwheel of trouble. And sure enough, it's going to bring those concentric bands on shore. One thing I'd like to drive home to our viewers, if you happen to be along the coast, the concerns, they're understandable. But I want you also to know that if you are far inland, if you're in places like, say, Birmingham, Alabama, maybe you're in Atlanta, Georgia, perhaps you're even in Chattanooga or even Charlotte, North Carolina, you think, well, this really doesn't apply to me. Not so fast, because we are going to see this system make its way on shore. Winds are expected to drop considerably once it comes on shore, which is part and parcel with these landfalling tropical systems, but it's going to come on shore with a vengeance. But eventually, rain is going to be the big story. Now, take a look at the graphic that we have on the screen, and you'll notice that the winds really begin to pop, and the time frame, the window for that, is from Tuesday afternoon to evening all the way into Wednesday morning with winds of 75 miles per hour or greater. But then the thing that really should catch the eyes, your rainfall. I'm speechless. Look at that. Anywhere from 12 to even 18 inches of rainfall. And the thing to consider, too, is that may be a bit of a conservative estimate, because if we have some of those bands that set up and this thing continues to slow down considerably, these numbers could be the stuff of nightmares. Already as it stands, what we're talking about through Friday, you'll see that area of pink, almost that Pepto-Bismol color that goes from Pascagoula to places like, look at that, Bayou Battery into Gulf Shores and Pensacola. Look at that. And going north, we see the colors begin to change, which indicates the lesser amounts. I got to tell you, though, 6 inches of rainfall in spots like Greenville, that's more than enough to cause flooding. We follow the journey inland as it crosses its way a bit farther to the north, right along parts of, say, the 65 and the 85 corridor up towards Auburn, Alabama, and then eventually moving over into spots like Georgia. We see the numbers beginning to drop a little bit, but still, you have to look at the greater picture. That's the idea that, guys, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rainfall, according to the Euro, if that validates, or even if you look at the EUS GFS, there's some agreement there, especially in North Georgia. That spot in North Georgia, that is all high elevation. We have left the coastal plain. Now we're talking about the spine of the Appalachians. That's right. Even on the Blue Ridge Parkway, you see a layer of yellow and orange there. That extends even into spots like the Piedmont, back into Charlotte, North Carolina. Look at that. Even the high country, far away from the low country, still 2 to 3 could happen in Charleston. So we're talking about a story that even when the winds begin to dry down, you still have the rising threat of rising water. There's a lot to juggle here, I know. And let's send back to the man who's got so many of the answers. Again, let's send him to the good doctor. And I'll tell you, we've had just a little bit of it in terms of wind and some scattered showers, but I know we're going to see major changes in the coming days.
We absolutely are. And once it starts raining for good, it's going to be a couple of days or more in places like Mobile, I fear, that could really ramp up what could be an inland flood disaster along with storm surge. So got a lot to focus on here. Now it's 100-mile-an-hour max sustained winds. That's a Category 2, and the thunderstorms are blowing up again right near the circulation center, so that could portend some intensification overnight and tomorrow. West-northwest motion at only 5 miles an hour. It has definitely hit the brakes as expected. Now, the forecast for the Hurricane Center, which, by the way, will be updated within the next 25 minutes or so, will bring you that new, full, updated track and intensity forecast here before 10 p.m. Central Time. Now, the latest forecast from 4 p.m. Central, they had it peaking out at 110 miles an hour. That's a top-end Cat 2. But there's at least a 25% chance that it gets to Cat 3 sometime tomorrow. So you got to at least be planning for that possibility. Now, the winds haven't really ramped up to tropical storm force on land yet, but that will be happening depending upon how fast it moves overnight. But we've been gusting over 30 miles an hour in a lot of places. And the rainfall is going to really be solid. See, once this rain shield arrives where you live, then you have to go through all of this for hours, really for days, for at least a couple of days in some spots. Now, we have 2 hurricane hunters out there right now. The red one is the Air Force Hurricane Hunters that have flown in from Ellington Air Base over in Houston, because they're not flying from Mississippi during this event. And the NOAA plane coming in from Lakeland over in the Tampa Bay area. And they're going to be zipping around at 2 slightly different altitudes, and we'll update you on what they find as we approach the new advisory. Stay with us.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
When you set out to redefine what a truck can be, you push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. Because those who set the standard reserve the right to raise it. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
Get ready. Our most popular battery is now even more powerful. The stronger, lasts longer Energizer Max.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay on our app or at ogtogo.com. Choose from all your favorites like fettuccine Alfredo or soup, salad, and breadsticks. Then bring it all home with contactless carside pickup. The hardest part is deciding where to start. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Hi, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Mobile, Alabama, where now we've got the wind right on cue beginning to pick up. It's been kind of quiet for a bit. One thing that's always odd about these landfalling tropical systems, it seems that right before they make their presence known, usually you're treated to some of the prettiest weather. And tonight, if you weren't paying attention to the forecast, you would think this is a glorious, a beautiful September evening. In the aftermath, oftentimes, you're treated to just the beautiful crystal blue skies that couldn't be better. They're impeccable. But it is the madness, the insanity that happens between that really is the stuff of nightmares. And right now, if you look offshore with radar, sure enough, we see that coming on shore and what it's going to mean for the city of Mobile, home to 190,000 people, in the city metro area, over 400,000 people. The visitor that's coming through, we're talking Sally, is going to bring what you see on the side of the screen. Rainfall forecast from 12 inches of rainfall possible to 18. Now, let me share this with you. We could see some changes. If this is, well, if it's going to slow down, which it is going to slow down, but if it were to become stationary, we could see these numbers change in a very, very big way, perhaps even higher. However, the inverse is true. If it also moves faster, and that would be a great thing for all of us, if it were to move faster, we'd see possibly some lower totals. But as it stands right now, this is the information we've got, and you've got to include the storm surge of anywhere from 6 to 9 feet. Now, from where we stand, just to our immediate east, you've got Mobile Bay. And at Mobile Bay, it is some 430 square miles of water. Relatively shallow, all things considered. And it doesn't take much to cause the whitecaps to pop up, for water to slosh around. And sure enough, with that fetch coming off the storm, we can certainly see that. Now, I want you to look at this scale. You see the wind gusts and how they're going to heighten. Notice that we go from Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours into Wednesday. Even by Wednesday at say, 8 o'clock in the morning, we're talking about a duration of 12 hours or even more of wind gusts topping 70 miles an hour, 75 miles an hour. So you have to think, with that abundance of rain coming down, think about this. The soil becomes saturated. Then you've got these big, tall trees behind us. And then you have that wind that's moving along. There's nothing to impede the wind. We don't have any mountain chains here. We don't have any massive hills. There's nothing to harness the wind. So when it hits trees like this, something, Mark, has got to go. And I'm telling you, I think we could see some widespread power outages, a lot of problems for possibly weeks to come after the winds eventually die down and the waters begin to settle. Back to you.
Yeah, gosh, and that slow movement has other impacts as well, including how long the winds can move the water and increase a surge threat. And it may be a different type of scenario for Mobile Bay because of that slow approach. The water can get in and then can't get back out because of that slow approach. A traditional, a fast-moving storm, the surge is actually worse on a flat beach, a regular old beach. But the bay, the inlets are actually worse with the slow approaching storm. So the New Orleans area's got a little bit of both because Lake Pontchartrain is right there. So here's the New Orleans region. New Orleans, not giving you the all clear yet by any stretch of the imagination, but my goodness, it looks like, at least right now, that this is going to be another close call, a glancing blow for what could have been a disaster because of how New Orleans sits below sea level. But you're protected, at least from the rising waters from the surge, because of the levee system. So there's no storm surge flooding in the forecast in New Orleans, in the French Quarter, and the surrounding region. Different stories, say, on the west or northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain, where the waters will pile up. But just the rainfall could have been bad enough for New Orleans, and yet that rainfall forecast is much, much better now. Let's hope that that trend continues, that eastward shift for New Orleans remains, because there, at least in some ways, the trend is your friend. You look at the map, and it's only about an inch in New Orleans, but you're not far away from those gargantuan numbers. So that shift of a few miles made all the difference for the New Orleans area. You're not as lucky if you look towards, say, Gulfport, Mississippi. Then you start getting into those higher numbers. More wind, more surge, more rainfall flooding on the way. Already some winds increasing. You can see the traffic signal blowing around. Doesn't take much wind to move one of those as they're kind of dangling. But that said, it is going to get worse. And as we zoom in on the Gulfport region, that wind is going to move that water in a big way. Storm surge in parts of the Gulfport area, especially near those inlets where the boats are kept just outside of 30th Ave, 6 to 9 feet of flooding, and local areas could see even a little bit more than that. You look at the storm surge in the forecast, worst case scenario possible, right? 7 to 11 feet of water above normally dry ground. The rivers are going to be backed up. 8 to 12 inches of rain will be falling. Plus, you're going to have 45 to 75 plus for your wind gusts starting now and lasting all the way through Wednesday with a peak of Tuesday afternoon. And so, gosh, it's going to be a long duration event here for the Gulfport area, including both heavy rain and wind. We can look at Pensacola. Pensacola is also going to see some impacts from this. It's a, reasonably quiet and reasonably dark night in the Pensacola area. Upper 70s, already wind gusts above 20 miles per hour. So a breezy evening at the beach, not the worst thing. But gosh, it's going to change in a very big way. Here's the Pensacola area. And while, downtown may be okay with the water rise, at least according to the actual forecast numbers here, some of the rivers just to the north, farther away from the Gulf, could actually be a little bit worse. And 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, but again, 12 to 18 inches of rain with wind gusts that just seem to never end across this area. It's going to be a long duration, heavy rain and wind event here in Pensacola. Also, Destin. Destin is another area that we're going to be following very carefully. It's already raining in Destin. You stick out towards the Gulf just a little bit more. And gosh, we are going to see that rain continue and continue and continue. It is going to be a very long go in the Destin area. So when we kind of switch over towards Destin again, the storm surge may not be as bad here. You're so far east that it is not going to be as much of a water rise. But one of the high-resolution future radar models here to show you this Apalachicola to Panama City to Destin. Look at tomorrow morning as the rain bands increase. Now we go all the way into tomorrow afternoon, still going into tomorrow night into Wednesday. Oh gosh, this heavy rain is going to feel like it will never end.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
What can I say tomorrow?
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS Store.
Spectrum Mobile has no hidden fees. What you sign up for is what you pay. Other carriers add fees and charges for things they never mention up front.
I hate that. The new gardener hit us with an I got stuck with a thorn fee. And there's a $12 surcharge for singing to the plants?
For what?
I did ask him to sing to the plants, but 12 bucks? The plant said he's not even good.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile and avoid any hidden charges and fees.
This one just says, I am scared of bees, $10.
Where did you find this guy?
He found me.
You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 57, winds north-northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny skies. High 70, winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We have a full, updated, new track and intensity forecast for you on Hurricane Sally. Still maximum winds at 100 miles an hour, although we're not exactly sure, according to the Hurricane Center, what the max winds are. They might be a little less than that. Aircraft data haven't quite found winds near that strength, but it's a lot of uncertainty even in the initial estimate of intensity. But for now, still 100 mile an hour max winds, a Category 2 hurricane. But here is one of the big changes in this advisory. Now, it might not seem that big. Remember, the previous advisory is moving along at 5 miles an hour. Now, that's not all that fast, right? Now, it's only moving at 3 miles an hour, so it is slowing down. Now, I'll explain in a little bit how that could be bad news and good news, depending on what pans out here. Otherwise, the core of the hurricane is going through kind of ups and downs, and it's kind of a small core, but I'll show you in the radar that there's plenty of rain associated with this off to the east side. Now, here's the new track and intensity forecast in the big picture. Still forecast to peak out at 110 miles an hour and then maybe weaken a bit before coming ashore something near 100 miles an hour again. So it might get a little stronger in the short term and then might weaken a little bit before coming ashore. Now, also remember, as close as it is to land, we still might be a fair amount of time away from the center of circulation actually making landfall. So here we are, Monday evening, and the center of circulation might not cross the coastline until Wednesday morning, plus or minus. It's really, really, really difficult to forecast the motion of a hurricane when the steering currents are essentially in the process of collapsing. So do not be shocked if this doesn't go right down the middle of the cone along the timeline shown here. There could be a lot of meandering, some stalling, and then maybe accelerate for a little bit and then slow down again. Eventually it will get on its horse and move, but not for a few days. Now let's zoom in on the cone a little bit and talk about the intensity here. Again, this could be 36 hours or so before the center comes ashore, and in that time it'll be over warm waters, but it might run into some wind shear. It might have some problems in its inner core. There are all kinds of things that could cause some ups and downs in intensity. But in general, they show it getting a little bit stronger and then maybe a little bit weaker before coming ashore. But we just don't know what the exact landfall, location, time, and intensity will be. But the overall sense of things is still the same, that we're going to have a pretty strong hurricane moving slowly near the coastlines of southeast Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the western Florida Panhandle for the next several days. And that's why the hazards are still significant. Now, we haven't quite had winds of tropical storm force come on shore, but we're gusting 20, 30 miles an hour plus, and depending upon how fast or slow this moves over the next couple of days will determine when you actually get those tropical storm conditions showing up. Now, here's what I want to get across about why the slowdown right now might be a little bit of good news, because one thing that could happen, and I'll admit I'm trying to cast out a little bit of hope here that maybe we can avoid the worst of the rainfall inland flooding disaster, but if it were to slow down out here and continue to rain and rain and rain just offshore, and then maybe in a couple days when the steering currents start getting better defined, it moves across the coastline rather than what also could happen, and I don't want this to happen, but it could. What if it stalls right near the coast and it prolongs the rain event even beyond what we had thought was possible? So, when it stalls and where it stalls and when it finally starts moving will be a big, big determining factor on how much rain we actually get. Now, along the previous forecast track, this was when the winds of tropical storm force were going to arrive. I think we might be possibly needing to back these up. It might take a little longer for those winds to get inland. Same thing with the winds of tropical storm force, but I still say that at some point, most of you are going to have a significant possibility of strong enough winds to cause power outages. So, Mark, this is one of the more difficult hurricane track and intensity forecast situations that I can envision, but it's all because when steering currents collapse, it's really hard to make a forecast because you don't really have a good handle on what's going to be moving it exactly where and when.
Yeah, and Dr. Knapp, I think it's pretty interesting what's happening right now on the infrared satellite imagery. If you just look at that, that InfoSat from the very beginning of your hit, gosh, the blow up of thunderstorms can make it look like you're seeing movement in that center, and yet the radar that you have there, you can tell that the center isn't actually moving at all.
No, 3 miles an hour is the most that they could calculate over the last several hours, and there will be times where it's not going to be moving at all, and that happened earlier today. And tomorrow could be a really critical time when the steering currents could completely collapse, and it could stall and meander, but where will it be when it sits there, and where will the rain bands be? So that is going to be a big, big X factor here in terms of who gets what really devastating rainfall or not.
Yeah.
If it stalls in the wrong place and somebody gets 1, 2, or more feet of rain, big time trouble. But if it stays offshore before it starts moving, maybe it rains itself out a little bit more over the Gulf.
And yet right now we have another big flare-up of those really cold, tall thunderstorm tops. So not out of the question that some more organization could still take place as it stalls out in the northern Gulf. So we'll continue to go through the latest updates here from the National Hurricane Center. Stay with us.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
When the food you love doesn't love you back, stay smooth and fight heartburn fast with Tums smoothies.
This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every leak in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength respected. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, Grooven and Golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? It's because they rub against you, creating friction. And your clothes rub against you all day. For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Just pour into the rinse dispenser, and Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer, fluffier, and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle, recognized by the National Psoriasis Foundation and National Eczema Association.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
I wish I could shake your hand.
Granted. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, welcome back to the Weather Channel, our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. Brand new advisory just in moments ago from the National Hurricane Center, valid at 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 Eastern. Still max winds at 100 miles an hour, a Category 2 hurricane, a small core that's been going kind of up and down in terms of the thunderstorm activity. But I'll show you on the radar, there's still a ton of rain that is lingering just offshore. And it has slowed down some more, moving west-northwest at only 3 miles an hour. Last night it was 9 and then to 8. Earlier today down to 5, now down to 3. The steering currents are in the process of collapsing, and we expected a very slow motion as it approached the coast, and that is going to be the case for the next couple of days. Now, I want to update you on some slight changes to some watches and warnings. The hurricane warning from Grand Isle westward over to Morgan City has been changed to a tropical storm warning, but metropolitan New Orleans and the rest of this hurricane warning area is still a hurricane warning area. So Grand Isle westward to Morgan City, that's now a tropical storm warning. Everything else on here remains the same. No changes to the storm surge warning. Again, we've been talking about how with the storm sitting out here, this onshore flow on the north side is piling up water into Lake Pontchartrain. We've already gotten 2.5 feet or so above normally dry ground of storm surge flooding right there on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain over at Shell Beach. So, you know, you're still going to get, we expect some life-threatening storm surge. Now, these numbers in the latest advisory have come down slightly into that 6 to 9 category, but still, it's life-threatening. You're talking 6 feet plus. That's pretty bad. These other numbers, we'll update all this, but I know that's one of the changes there. But in overall sense, the storm surge situation has not changed appreciably. Now, let's take a look at the big picture of the new track and intensity forecast. It's still a very slow motion. I would say, in general, it's even slower over the next couple of days relative to the coastline. Notice that, now again, when the steering currents collapse like this, it is extraordinarily difficult to forecast exactly where it will be when. But you can just get an overall sense here that with Wednesday morning's forecast point being right near the coastline, that's 36 hours away. So it's conceivable that landfall won't happen until Wednesday. Now, if the steering currents were to not collapse as much as we think tomorrow, maybe it comes ashore a little sooner. If it stalls even longer, maybe the landfall be a little beyond that. So as close as it is to the coastline, it's going to take a while, we think, for the center to come ashore. Now, in terms of the intensity, they have it peaking out at 110 miles an hour and then weakening a bit before coming ashore. Again, that's another one of those things that's really hard to pinpoint how strong it will be when it comes ashore, because that depends on how long it spends offshore. But the overall sense of things hasn't dramatically changed. We're still expecting a strong hurricane to be moving very slowly and maybe meandering at times, maybe stalling at times near the coastlines of southeast Louisiana over to the western Florida Panhandle. And then eventually, later this week, the steering currents should catch it. Now, one thing that is exemplary about how difficult it is to forecast the timing of this. Here is the GFS model forecast. Now, let's go 24 hours into the future. This latest GFS has it getting nearer to the coastline late tomorrow night, and then by Wednesday night, it's over southwestern Alabama. But compare that with the European model. The latest run of that model from earlier this morning, tomorrow night, it hasn't really moved, but the steering currents could nearly completely collapse tomorrow. And then it takes till Wednesday night for it to get near the coastline, and then not till Thursday night is it over southwest Alabama. It's a completely different day on which it is forecast by these different models to get up into southwestern Alabama. That's how much uncertainty there is in the timing. So while conditions aren't great along the coast, Reynolds, we just don't know when they're going to really start getting worse, because it's getting harder and harder to forecast the speed of the forward motion of this slow mover.
Oh, no question. Dr. Knabb, one very quick question for you while I have you on. I was seeing the cone and noticed that the cone going into Georgia, now including much of South Carolina. Is there any scenario where you could see this emerging to the South Carolina coast, possibly tapping into the Gulf Stream and strengthening once again? Is that possible?
It doesn't look like that is a high chance of happening, because it's going to be caught up with a front, and so it's going to be losing its definition as it moves eastward. Now, you know how fronts can behave, though, when they linger over the southwest Atlantic, so maybe eventually we'd have to watch the tail end of that front, but in the near term, as it leaves the east coast, not super concerned about regeneration.
Okay, Dr. Knabb, thanks so much. Folks, another couple of things you'll notice is, again, last night we had the state of Alabama almost in totality, all within the cone. Now we've got Georgia and now much of South Carolina. So we've got a very fluid situation, no pun intended, from this system. And we watch this thing, there it goes. This is the cone of possibility, looking at it as we go from Wednesday morning, possibly coming on shore with winds of 100 miles per hour. Now, notice, though, from Wednesday into Thursday, we see some incredible weakening going with winds of 35, and this validates. But the thing you really have to consider, too, very little movement. Very little movement. Hence the reason that we have that big issue with the idea of the surplus of rainfall, just the abundance of rain. I mean, this is just a spitting factory of madness that is out there. And as it eventually comes to our shores, we're going to see the changes here. We've had folks that have been out and about, walking on the streets behind us. There's a couple over there with a dog walking around. Why wouldn't they do that? Because tonight's beautiful. You would think that there could never be a problem in the world when you see what is happening right now. But obviously, things are not static. Things are going to change. They're going to evolve. And you'll notice some of those changes right there on the screen. Check it out. The wind gusts going from this point into Wednesday, ranging anywhere from, say, 45 miles per hour or greater in terms of your gusts. But notice really into Tuesday afternoon and evening, seeing them upwards of, say, 75 miles per hour, even greater. Now, in the downtown area where you do have some of the taller buildings, you could have the winds really beginning to intensify. So anything that is not tied down, anything that is just laying out on the street could become a projectile. Think about that for a moment. Now, duration is also a key thing. We see from Tuesday at, say, 9, 10 o'clock or so, and we go all the way through Tuesday into the evening hours, into Wednesday morning. Look at that, Wednesday at 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, we're still dealing with these winds. Now, we do see a bit of a drop-off, but remember, wind is only one part of the story. I apologize that we're throwing so much stimuli at us. I know there's a lot at you guys. I know there's so much that we're dealing with here, but wind is the biggest issue. in some ways, but rain is the total issue. Look at that, a possibility. Anywhere from, say, 16 inches of rain in Gulf Shores. Going north of that, we see it drop off to 12, up to a foot possibly. Citronelle certainly dealing with an abundance. Greenville. And the thing is, Dr. Knabb, which is, you look at a place like, say, Wiggins, anywhere from 2 to 6, you might think, oh, they've got it easy. Not so fast. You have 6 inches of rain in any of those communities, you're going to have a flooding situation. But when you talk about about up to 16 inches or greater, that's a nightmare scenario. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's entirely possible that some locales get more than we show there if a band's set up at the wrong time in the wrong place. So a life-threatening rain-induced inland flood event is still likely, and that is one thing we can't, change based on what the new advisory says. We're still going to have a slow mover over the next several days. It's just hard to avoid a rain-induced inland flood disaster for somebody or multiple somebodies, because this thing is eventually coming inland and at a slow pace, moving only 3 miles an hour right now. With regard to the storm surge, again, the storm surge warning has not changed. And we already are seeing water rises along the coast because it's already so close to the coast. And with this shape of the coastline on the northern side of the circulation, we're already getting an onshore push. Look at these values over by Lake Pontchartrain and Shell Beach, 2.5 feet above normally dry ground, right there at the shoreline outside of the risk reduction system, more than 1.5 feet at many of the gauges along the coastlines of Mississippi, Alabama, and the western Florida panhandle. And this is before you get the maximum onshore push. Wherever it is this comes ashore on the right-hand side, that's when you're going to maximize the storm surge, even if it comes ashore as not a major hurricane on the wind scale. This shape of the coastline, with how shallow the water is going away from the beach, we are going to have a life-threatening storm surge. These are the updated numbers from the Hurricane Center. Don't have the 7 to 11 feet, but 6 to 9 is bad enough, isn't it? And that's over a large area that goes all the way up across the entire coastline of Mississippi and into Mobile Bay. Dauphin Island could be around 6 feet, life-threatening plus or minus 3 feet over in the Pensacola area, and still Lake Pontchartrain, because of those east to west winds, still could get life-threatening storm surge. You got a warning there around the shores of Lake Pontchartrain. That hasn't changed. Now, there's a combination of factors here that could cause a really, really significant flood disaster. And where you have the storm surge occurring in these areas, along with the very likely heavy rainfall that could cause flash flooding, as the water tries to drain from the rainfall, the storm surge is going to prevent that from happening. So, Mark, we have a combination of factors that still are screaming at us that we could have a flooding disaster.
Yeah, and gosh, you have all that water, then you have waterlogged grounds, and then you add the wind component on top of that, whether it's, the hurricane winds or embedded tornado winds. I think tree damage is becoming a bigger part of this story. So get prepared now. Think about long-duration power outages. There is that severe weather potential as early as tonight. We're watching that circulation getting ever closer, and sometimes in these outer fringes, you can get some favored winds to increase the tornado threat. I think that's really going to ramp up more in earnest tomorrow. That's where we have a large area of possible severe weather, and all of this is because of that isolated chance of tornadoes. When you look at the surface winds, they're coming in basically east to west across the Florida panhandle and southern portions of Alabama. That's at the surface. But as this moves in and you go about 5,000 feet up, then suddenly you've got winds coming in off the coast, off the water just a bit. Less friction over the water and a different wind direction, so both a speed and a direction change could be enough to kick up some tornadoes. That's known as shear. It's what we look at, say, in the middle of the country during the heart of severe season. We look at the shear. This is a slightly different way to get there, but you get there nonetheless, and it can spin up some tornadoes. The wind is still a factor, of course. It's a landfalling tropical system. Hurricane winds right now up to 100 miles per hour. Buoy just outside the eye. So the center's out here. This is a buoy location. We've seen fairly consistent winds now right about at 70 to 75 miles per hour. That's as the pressure has fallen and tanked and kind of stayed there with the approach and then the stalling out of our storm. So that's a buoy right in here, now gusting to near 70. We've seen wind gusts higher than that. Look at the buoy closer in, gusting to 55, and Pensacola gusting to 24. And so there's a large large area here where the winds are going to be a big part of this story. Maybe not enough to say evacuate you, but enough that there will be tree damage and power problems as well. Want to check in with meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's monitoring all those factors coming towards Gulf Shores, Alabama. Paul.
We're still about a day away from landfall. That's going to be a slow landfall here in Gulf Shores. The eye should be west of us, but we're going to be that right front quadrant. So we're going to have the push of the hurricane, the forward motion, not to mention the push of the Gulf, which behind me is very, very agitated. Hard to see now that darkness has fallen, but we've been dealing with huge waves, white caps as far as you can see out here early in the day. Now, there's a great dune system here at Gulf State Lodge at Gulf State Park, but look what's already happening here. Just from a few hours of the waves crashing all the way up easily 30 feet higher than it normally would be, already eating away a little bit at the dune structure. And we still have more than 24 hours of the surge coming in, the waves coming in on top of that, and then the winds as well. So that's a big concern. Beach erosion already happening, and there's a lot more to come. Now, at the coast, we also have that storm surge and the waves on top of that, but it's also going to be the winds. Winds have been gusting this evening, approaching and eclipsing 30 miles per hour. That's going to go up throughout the day on Tuesday and even into early Wednesday morning. But then the other concern is what's falling right now, has been falling for much of the day, heavy at times, is that rain. Some of the models now are printing out this area of Alabama 10 to 20 inches of rain. And that's just not a coastal concern. That's inland as well. So you could be 45 minutes from the coast and you could be dealing with a flooding disaster. It is that inland freshwater flooding, that rain flooding, which is the scary part. I think back to Hurricane Harvey 3 years ago. Some of the models before it made landfall were talking about, 20, 30 inches of rain, and we got close to 60 inches in a few locations. So that's the concern. We're not saying that's going to happen here, but the devastation from that type of rainfall, and even rain less than that across the Houston area. We can see that type of rain threat here. We hope it doesn't come through, but if we're even away from the coast, be prepared for inland flooding. That's going to be the long-lasting calling card and impacts here across inland areas off the coast because of Hurricane Sally.
And as Paul says, an inland flooding disaster caused by heavy rainfall is definitely something that has a high possibility of happening with this category slow hurricane of the worst kind, down to 3 miles an hour. And don't count on the center of the hurricane going right down the middle of the cone along this exact timeline. It could stall and meander over the next couple of days somewhere in there. And the closer to the coast it does that, the worse the lengthy rainfall event will be. And if you look at what's happened offshore, 3 to 5 inches per hour is falling in some of these bands. And in the last 12 hours, a big swath of 12 to 18 inches of rain. That would be more than 2, maybe 3 feet of rain in one day. You bring this on land, and that's why we have the potential for an inland flood disaster where we could have 1, 1.5, 2 feet or more of rain. We continue to track Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now?
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets. The Lexus ES.
Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right on the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare.
It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
I had never felt a piece of handsome. I have never heard compliments throughout my childhood. I caught every joke in the dark-skinned community ever. I was black, burnt tarp. I was blurple, black and purple. I just never felt attractive, ever.
Did your job give you mesothelioma or lung cancer? If you had occupational asbestos exposure and now have mesothelioma or lung cancer, you may be entitled to claim some of the $30 billion in asbestos bankruptcy funds, even if you smoked. Call Whites & Luxembourg today. They are the New York law firm who's won the state's highest verdicts for your colleagues and neighbors in their asbestos cases.
Mesothelioma or lung cancer victims, call 800-299-5600. That's 800-299-5600.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. Winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, night has fallen here in Gulf Shores, Alabama, but Hurricane Sally continues to turn this way. We do expect landfall to be to the west of us, maybe 50 miles or so, but we're still going to be in that right front quadrant, and that's a big concern. There's about 100 yards of dune from where I'm standing at the edge of the property here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park to and across this dune field onto the beach then, and you have the Gulf of Mexico. Although earlier today, before the sunset, you could actually see, even from here, all the waves crashing. The waves now lapping at the edge of the dune line. So we still have 100 yards before we get the water closer to this beautiful lodge here. Now, this lodge was rebuilt because the original lodge, built back in 1974, was destroyed in 2004 because of Hurricane Ivan. That was the last major hurricane to make landfall, basically right here, with a 12-foot 5-foot storm surge. The good news with Ivan is it came in and it kept going. That surge came up and it did come down. The bad news with Sally, it's going to be probably not as strong as Ivan, but it could potentially bring maybe half as much storm surge, but for a much longer duration. So we're talking maybe a 4 to 6 foot storm surge, but for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours, that's going to eat through the gorgeous dune system and bring that water not only closer here, but closer to other buildings not nearly built as well as the lodge here at Gulf State Park. So that's the coastal concerns. Not to mention, yes, we're going to have the wind issues as well with Cat 2, maybe weak Cat 3 hurricane approaching. But then outside of the coastal areas, it's also going to be the heavy rain. Some models now are talking about double digit, maybe not just 10, we're talking maybe 15, 18 inches of rain over the next several days. That's going to cause massive flooding off of the coast. So yes, we have coastal concerns, but we also have a lot more inland concerns. And we have hours upon hours, most likely closer to 36 hours of weather we have to endure before we start seeing better weather across this part of the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, Paul, it's going to take a long time for this event to play out, and it's slowed down as of the latest advisory down to 3 miles per hour, and that is good and bad news. In one sense, it gives us a little bit more time than we previously thought before the worst weather arrives, but it is the beginning of this long duration event. Storm surge warnings have not changed at all on the latest advisory. The only thing that has changed is the 7 to 11 feet over near southeast Louisiana has been reduced to 6 to 9, but that doesn't make me feel better. 6 to 9 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground, that's way up here. That's life-threatening. So otherwise, all these numbers have remained the same, and you've got to evacuate if told to do so. Now, why are the numbers already rising when we don't have landfall yet? Well, on the northern side of the circulation center that's down in here, you're getting a strong east to west flow. It's piling up the water all the way into this concave-shaped coastline, all the way into Lake Pontchartrain. And you can see on the radar while it's happening. There's the center. Here's that onshore push. So this shape of the coastline with the shallow water is catching it. Now, the winds haven't yet gotten to tropical storm force. We've gusted to 20, 30 miles an hour plus, but with the slowdown in the motion, maybe even a little sooner than we thought, maybe we have till tomorrow morning before winds of tropical storm force start arriving there on the coastlines of the western Florida Panhandle, Mississippi, Alabama coast. So if you haven't yet evacuated, maybe the storm has bought you a little bit more time to do what those local officials are telling you to do. But Mark, eventually, we don't know exactly what path this is going to take because this thing might meander and stall at times. But over the next 2 to 3 days, a slow-moving hurricane is going to pose a lot of dangers at the coast and then eventually inland.
And as we've mentioned, slow should be its own category for these things. It's not always just about the wind speed. It's also about that forward speed, keeping all the impacts that much longer. The impacts have already started in a place like Pensacola Beach. Look at the angry Gulf, the angry surf here. Expected to get worse, right? You already have the battering force of the waves. There's a water rise because of the surge, but then all the energy, all that, battering ram type action is because of the wave action on top of that. And there are some pretty good waves that are making their way towards the coast. And that is piling up the water, making it so that the rivers in the area can't go back into the Gulf. And the rain has already started, so those river systems are getting their appetizer course. We can show you Destin right now, where the rain has begun, and quite frankly, I don't see an easy way to get this rain to stop now that it has begun. You're just close enough to the center of the storm that, if anything, the rain's just going to pick up and get heavier from here. And this will also be a trend as we look inland. We're talking about widespread, steady to heavy rains for the next several days, stretching across Alabama into Georgia, South Carolina. 3 to 5 inches of rain into a hilly terrain can really pile up in the low-lying areas and make it that much easier with just a little bit of wind to knock down trees, take out power. We're going to be following that low as it gets caught up with the front and the jet stream there. It will eventually get kicked out, but it's going to take its sweet time. So Wednesday into Thursday, already a likelihood of flooding And as you look at this unfold, starting off on Wednesday with the rain for the inland threat, then Wednesday night, look how little we've moved. Basically, it takes until Friday to get this thing to kick out. So, of course, we're covering this for you from the coast and beyond right on through.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Don't be afraid. This Halloween will be just like last. We'll buy tons of Reese's Cups for the youngins. Then eat them all ourselves. Reese's.
Hello, America. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming from Mobile, Alabama. And I'll tell you, we have been treated to one of the prettiest afternoons and evenings that I've seen in a long time. Earlier, the dark skies were a golden hue. It was just a kaleidoscope of just absolute beauty. Now the changes are coming, and it's due from this system. Now, the thing to remember when it comes to Sally, about 24 hours ago, this had winds around 60 miles an hour. This has truly exploded in power. And you see that we've had those concentric bands getting ever closer to the shoreline. What's interesting, too, is well, where he happened to be, relatively dry, but then you look at Paul Goodloe, where he happens to be on Gulf Shores, different scenario altogether. Dave Serra, our producer, and I were chatting about this a short while ago about how just a few miles can make a world of a difference. Something to consider when it comes to these tropical systems, just a few degrees, a nudge to the right or the left, the east, the west, the north, the south can make a tremendous difference for so many people. So as you see this spinning on shore, we have to talk about the effects that we're going to be dealing with. Yes, we had great skies today, but what a trade-off we're going to have as we roll forward overnight tomorrow and in days to come. Here's the path we have for you. A couple things to notice. Wind speed. Look at the intensity. Forecast intensity on Tuesday morning with winds of 110 miles an hour, then beginning to drop 105. This validates. Then notice really from Wednesday morning all the way through Wednesday evening, even into Thursday, not a great deal of movement. So what we can anticipate this is that water really begin to pile up. Rain is going to be a tremendous issue. In fact, as we look at some of the impacts of Sally, you see really we're going to be hearing the voice of Sally, so to speak, as we go into, well, from this point and certainly into Wednesday afternoon into the evening hours. Rainfall forecast could be anywhere from, say, a foot or even greater. Another key takeaway is that this thing becomes stationary, drops anchor. As Dr. Nam mentioned, we can see numbers that are just beyond comprehension. So there's so much to deal with here. Another thing you've got to think about is the history that you have in Mobile. It does not take a great deal of water to cause major problems, life-threatening situations. You can have an afternoon shower or storm that could drop 2 to 3 inches of rain. You're going to have flooding. Now, roughly a year ago, on September 20th of just last year, we had 7 inches of rainfall, and you had 60 different rescues where first responders had to pull people out of cars, out of homes. I fear that we could see a situation very similar to that. And if you look at the duration, remember duration is everything, going from that point rolling forward, these are some of the numbers that could be spilling out. No pun meant or intended. Anywhere from, say, a foot or even greater. Gulf Shores, as of now, according to this forecast, about 16 inches possible, but then notice when you go further inland, we still see those numbers drop substantially. Now, come on, look at this. When you have Citronelle in points north, you'll notice that the amount of rainfall drops some 10 inches or so. It's still going to be a big problem. And also, when you think about Mobile Bay itself, you've got basically an area where you have both the Tom Bigby and the Alabama River bringing that water, flushing it out towards the Gulf of Mexico. Now you've got the surge moving in the opposite direction. You've got a lot of things coming together. And at this point, Dr. Nab, it seems none of them are good. Back to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad news with a slow-moving hurricane, and category slow is what we really need to be keeping in mind. We're worried about if it's Cat 2, Cat 3, what is it with the winds and so forth. The biggest problem with this one, I know you're tired of hearing about it, but you're going to be even more tired of enduring it for 2 or 3 days. That's the most significant problem that we face with this hurricane is that slow motion. And as Reynolds mentioned, and we've been saying it, where does it meander and stall over the next couple of days? And the closer to the coast it does that and sets up rain bands over the same places for hours and hours or a day or more, the worse the flooding disaster could become. Now, again, wanted to update you on some changes to the warnings at 10 p.m. Central Time. You can see here the Grand Isle to Morgan City hurricane warning has been changed to a tropical storm warning. The rest of the hurricane warning remains. You might be thinking to yourself in New Orleans, why are they not taking down the hurricane warning? Because the steering currents are poorly defined. We don't yet trust this thing to behave itself and stay within the cone, and the chances are still that it could misbehave and go a little bit off compared to the forecast track. Now, your chances of tropical storm force winds in New Orleans are still greater than 50-50. So at the very least, you got to deal with that and look at how far inland on the latest advisory, there are at least 50-50 chances of sustained winds of tropical storm force. Power outages, down trees are among the concerns with those winds going inland. And again, don't count on this hurricane to just follow the middle of the cone and follow this exact timeline. There could be stalls and meanderings and all kinds of inconsistent motion over the next couple of days. But in general, a slow-moving hurricane is going to be moving near the coastline for the next 2 to 3 days. The slower motion maybe gives us a little more time until tomorrow morning when the winds of tropical storm force are expected to arrive. But beyond that time, it's really uncertain because look at the European model. This time tomorrow night, that model hasn't moved the hurricane at all. It might take another couple days for this to come ashore, but come ashore it will with a lot of hazards.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Today we say so long summer and hello fall with the new DQ Fall Blizzard menu. There's festive pumpkin pie, tasty new caramel apple pie, and more. Craving fall? Find it at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So today, we brought a little enticement. Devour buffalo chicken mac and cheese. There he is. What a magnificent beast. Once he locks onto his prey, it's all but over. Oh, wow. It's a female.
Ryan!
Looks like she's the alpha.
Typical.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah. Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
And welcome back to continued coverage. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and it is all about Hurricane Sally. Now, if you're just tuning in and you haven't been watching since last night, we got to sit down. There are a lot of things we got to talk about. We've gone from a tropical storm to a hurricane, which is still gaining strength. And you can see it right there on radar. It's bringing with it the heavy rainfall. It's going to bring some wind, some surge. There's a multitude of things. So many problems that are going to come with the system. Now, what we've had in our present location has been very different from what we have, say, just a matter of miles away over in places like Gulf Shores, which is not that far as the bird flies. They've had plenty of rainfall. The surf is picking up considerably. But where we are, if you weren't watching radar, weren't keeping a shot at the forecast, you'd think this is a gorgeous evening, and it is. But changes are going to come. I promise you by tomorrow night in Mobile, we're going to have the onslaught of the wind and the rain. Perhaps the latter is more important than the former. I mean, yes, the wind could certainly cause some problems and some power outages and tree damage, but it really is going to be the rain. It's that water that is the big killer. Now, what we have to deal with could be, say, up to a foot of rainfall. It certainly is possible. You take a look at the potential of flash flooding, and it's certainly the greatest, not just in places like Mobile, but back over into Biloxi, even into Pensacola. The story continues because this system has got some legs to it. It's eventually going to make its way onshore, and when it does, the story continues into parts of central Alabama. Much of Georgia, for the time being, is into the cone. And even into South Carolina. So this really is going to be something that will be affecting people that are far away from the shore. That's something to consider. Now, another factor, if you look at this graphic we're sharing with you, not only on parts of the I-65 corridor or moving into North Georgia, where you see it's almost like a tip of the spear moving just north of Atlanta and up in Chattanooga. there is a series of low hills that become much higher. We call those the Appalachians, the Appalachian Mountains. And with those, that's the planet's oldest mountain range. And with that, you've got higher elevation, something that we call orographic lift. So we can have the enhancement of rainfall, more than enough to cause flooding across places like Georgia. So again, far away from the shore, we're going to feel the impacts. Rolling forward, look at this, into the Carolinas, we mentioned North Carolina certainly in play. And I'll tell you, we've seen some big changes from last night to present time. And odds are we could see a bit more. These storms can be awfully tricky, but trouble does appear that it is on the way. So vigilance is everything, Mark, as you know very well. Timing also matters when it comes to so many cities, so many places that are going to be affected far from the water's edge. Back to you, Mark.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost shocking, Reynolds, when you look at the amount of rain that's going to be spreading over the inland areas. I mean, you look back at our past couple of storms, Laura, the power outages, granted, a lot of wind with that, but the rain makes the trees lose their grip. And I mean, what do you think when you get into, say, North Georgia, South Carolina, elevation, different tree canopy, all the leaves that are still open this time of year? What do you think with the power outage threat there?
Oh, gosh, I didn't even think about that. I mean, foliage does matter. I mean, because these trees become more than trees. They're almost like sails on a giant clipper ship.
Sure.
You're right. It offers up resistance for those winds that will not stop. So absolutely, we're going to see some problems that are going to be throughout much of the area. And something to consider, too, is when you think about Lake Charles, there's still some spots because of Laura that they still haven't had full restoration of power just yet. So they're still trying to put things back together, and yet now we could see even more in other parts of America. It is pure madness. Back to you.
Yeah, let's hope that we don't have any long-lasting power outages the way we've seen already this year. But gosh, we've seen it through history when, enough rain and enough wind come through some of the interior cities, the Atlantas, the Charlottes, how long power can be a problem. Reynolds, thanks so much. We'll get back to you in just a little bit.
You bet.
When there is this kind of event, everyone thinks it's a coast impact only. It doesn't have to stay at the coast. We are going to go through some of the coastal timing for you, including here in New Orleans, which we'll keep our fingers crossed. There are still hurricane warnings that are up. Let's hope that you once again avoid some of the worst of the impacts that could have been for the New Orleans area. There's not that much surge that's in the forecast at this point. For New Orleans, granted, you're in that risk reduction levee system in New Orleans, but you look at the west side of Lake Pontchartrain, certainly more on the northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain because of the wind direction, you could start to have some impacts there. But gosh, less than an inch of rain, whereas a couple of days ago, we were like, oh, you're right on the edge. 6, 8, 10 was not out of the question. Well, now that has moved just east of you, far eastern southern Louisiana, into southern Mississippi and Alabama because of just a jog east to that center. If it wiggles back the other way, you get right back into that threat. So again, okay, in New Orleans, it could have been a lot worse. Gulfport, though, you're east of New Orleans, and while it's quiet right now, we're only seeing wind gusts to about 25 miles per hour. It's going to change in a big, big way. And because of being closer to that push of water, the colors on this map have changed in a big, big way. Look at the oranges, even a couple of red spots in there. 6 to 9 feet of storm surge is in the forecast for a couple of those unlucky few right at the coast. And gosh, that's with 6 to 9 feet of storm surge plus 8 to 12 inches of rain. And that rain's going sideways. The winds really start to pick up starting now, but all the way through Wednesday afternoon until the tropical storm force gusts end. And the hurricane force gusts really pick up tomorrow afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, across the area. And when you look at this kind of hour by hour, it is relentless. Let's say a tree would have lasted through 3 hours of heavy rain and wind gusts up to about 70. Well, after hour 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or 12, do you think that tree is still going to be hanging on? It is going to be a tough, tough go across the Gulfport area. How about Pensacola? Pensacola, it's quiet-ish right now. Dark skies, steady winds, 10 miles per hour or so, gusting to the low 20s. But this is just the beginning. Now that rain has arrived, it's going to be with us for a while. And it's not just right along the Gulf. It's not just Gulf breeze or just Pensacola. You look up towards the river system, and that's where the storm surge flooding could actually be a little bit worse. So breaking down some of the other impacts in Pensacola, how's 1.5 feet of rain with steady winds throughout sound to you? It's going to be a tough go. We'll be with you.
Hey, can I
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah. Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September 30th.
Okay, what is going on? You're not even listening.
Nothing.
Wow, you just hit me with like the angsty teenage girl. Nothing. Don't change the subject.
You're not the boss of me.
Growing up, all I wanted was to get away from my life. I don't know if I was ever really in love with him.
Like shooting fish in a barrel.
Cover.
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip.
15 minutes.
Oh, fine. I gotta take off. Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets?
Yeah, actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
Excellent. And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight.
Hey, thanks.
We'll see you. They're getting so smart.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 70. Winds northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear skies, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are following Hurricane Sally here at the Weather Channel, ever slowly approaching the northern Gulf Coast of the Gulf of Mexico coastline. Gosh, 100-mile-per-hour winds, Category 2, and barely moving. Barely moving. The forward speed has slowed throughout the day, now at 3 miles per hour. So the center is roughly here and staying there for the next 24 hours or so. You know, the more it crawls towards the coast, the more those heavy rain bands fans go on land and start piling up the rainfall totals. Eventually, we will see a jog north and then eventually northeast. But from where we're at now through where we'll be tomorrow, so 24 hours to, 36 hours or so until it gets to the coastline, that is an unbelievably slow approach. So the hurricane warnings are still in place and will be there for the next day or two. In Waveland, Mississippi, residents are really running out of time. Hurricane Sally expected to come in over the next day and a half, and Robert Ray caught up with people who are packing up before the storm.
Dangerous storm surge, heavy rain, and strong winds are coming. Hurricane Sally is slow but ambitious, and many people in the Magnolia State are stocking up on food, waiting in long lines to get fuel and evacuate off the coastline.
When you got to replace your home, your roofs, and your property and stuff like that, you lose everything. That hurts.
In Waveland, Mississippi, a town devastated by Hurricane Katrina, David Hubbard owns a hardware store. He's keeping it open as long as he can to help the community board up their homes.
Well, I guess it's like earthquakes in California and things like that. It's life. You just live with it, you prepare for it, and you do the best you can.
A mandatory evacuation here in Waveland, Mississippi. I just pulled into this parking lot about 2.5 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and I want to show you this. Check this out. There are boats and RVs here in this retail shopping center that people have parked at. They're concerned that obviously the storm surge will cause incredible flooding and that they'll lose their properties. But take a look above at the pictures and look at how many people are staging here. They've put all of their equipment and their big trucks and their shrimping boats like the one behind me to try and be safe. And many people have left town already. Others still trying to make their way as Sally is getting closer. 50 miles to the west is New Orleans. Sandbags are in place with the hope that if the streets flood, the stores will not be inundated. Cafe Beignet is in the French Quarter and was serving customers this morning, but closed at 1 p.m.
It did shift a little bit, so we're not exactly sure what we will be getting today. And then we will be shut down for the next 2 days as well.
Though the track of Hurricane Sally is leaning more east now, the uncertainty of strength and rainfall totals is not being taken lightly in the Big Easy. These friends from Philadelphia, here on a quick getaway, are not taking chances.
Yeah, we came in to celebrate her birthday, and yeah, we were looking to stay till tomorrow, but everybody said we should evacuate.
From Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle and spinning northeast as the week progresses, Hurricane Sally is set to bring a barrage of life-threatening rain and wind. Robert Ray, The Weather Channel.
And it would be one thing if it were just Hurricane Sally that we're following tonight, but nay, it's 2020, and so there's a whole bunch of swirls that we're following across the Atlantic. I want to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb, because Dr. Knabb, some of these could eventually pose trouble down the line.
Yeah, Mark, I'll admit I've gone a bit overboard on drawing circles on the now in the tropics graphic, but let me check off some of these that you don't need to worry about. Karina is going to stay away from land and weaken. This area to watch in the western Gulf, very small chance of development. Renee has dissipated and is no more. Vicky is still hanging on as a tropical storm, but it will weaken and dissipate in the next 2 to 3 days. So let's focus, in addition to Sally, let's talk about Paulette, Teddy, and then this next area coming off the west coast of Africa. Paulette went right over Bermuda, made a landfall on that small target. The first time they've had a direct landfall since 2014 when they had 2 of them, Gonzalo and Faye, in 6 days. Fortunately, a little bit of good news, it's going to be stronger after Bermuda than it was on Bermuda, but still a pretty bad hit for them. It will be weakening over the East Atlantic in the next several days. Now, Teddy is a 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm, a pretty broad system that is one of these main development region, kind of classic Cape Verde type hurricane setups, forecast to become a major hurricane northeast of the Caribbean. So we'll be doing this number away from land. Now watch in the models here over the next couple of days. Here's Paulette and here's Teddy, but watch this next one coming off the coast of Africa. As we get into the weekend, this one is moving straight west south of this high and heads up in the Caribbean as we get into next week, that system could potentially be something to watch. Right now, it's way out in the East Atlantic with a 50-50 chance of development. Mark?
Oh gosh, it's it's like never-ending season, and of course, it feels like it's never ending on the West Coast for a totally different reason. This year has been exceptionally bad for fires. Number one on the list since 1987 in California for the amount of acres that have burned. But we know that there are 91 active fires across the West, and a lot of those are still putting out a lot of smoke, which will then get caught up in an east wind and filter into even more cities across the West with that dangerous air quality. So for updates on the Western wildfires, make sure you check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat. You can get some new information on there.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The drivers feel it every time they get in. The power has shifted.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Having the right coverage is important, especially when it comes to retirement. Since Medicare doesn't cover everything, you could get burned with unplanned expenses. With Physicians Mutual, you'll keep your cool with the protection you need.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
What did I say to him? Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
For every staircase supporting a grand entrance, door frames marking milestones, and floors kissed by bare feet, protect the pure joy of home with Terminix. We're committed to keeping termites out of your home with our all-new On Guard termite protection system, always backed by the Terminix promise to keep your home strong enough for all the love it holds. Call 1-800-TERMINIX today.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Hello, America. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Mobile, Alabama, the port city. And I'll tell you, we've got something sailing in our direction. That is Hurricane Sally, which was a tropical storm yesterday. Now a strong storm, bringing with it an abundance of strong wind, but even heavier rainfall. Full story coming up. Paul.
And I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We will be in the right front quadrant of Hurricane Sally. I'll talk about what that means for this area coming up.
And we're already seeing some of the impacts, the flooding from rain and seawater rise along the Louisiana coast. In St. Bernard Parish, you can see the water covering areas that it shouldn't otherwise be. A storm surge here could get to that 5 to 8 foot range. That's a lot. It's a lot. And there are growing concerns, not just from the water rise, but also well inland because of a growing Category 2 hurricane. Hurricane warnings from southern Louisiana into the Florida Panhandle. Tropical storm warnings well inland. In all, about 4.5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. And time is really running out to either get out or to prepare for this monster hurricane. I'm Storm Specialist Mark Elliott, staying with you tonight along with hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, so many threats with these, as is always the case with the landfalling tropical system. I guess it's location, location, location. Some do have to be concerned about the wind or the water rise, but the freshwater flooding may steal some of the headlines here.
Yeah, I think inland flooding caused by excessively heavy rainfall is going to be the hazard that most people will be dealing with. It will affect the largest number of people at the coast and inland. Eventually, it's a slow mover. It might take a day or two for the center to come ashore because it's only moving at 3 miles an hour. And it's really, really difficult to forecast the exact path of a hurricane when the steering currents are essentially collapsing. It is really, really hard to tell which of you are going to get the strongest winds. But the hurricane warning is up for this large area because we're pretty sure that some of you in this area is going to get the hurricane force winds. We just don't know exactly who yet. And you might be thinking in New Orleans, why can't they take that hurricane warning down? Well, when the hurricane is finding itself in a meandering kind of situation where the steering currents are collapsing, we just don't trust it. We got to be sure that it's going to behave itself enough to stay away from New Orleans before they take that hurricane warning down. They did move this to a tropical storm warning west of Grand Isle because they're far enough away now, they're pretty sure. But also, look at those tropical storm warnings going a fair distance inland. Eventually, this will be an inland wind event as well. Look at the chances of winds of tropical storm force sustained. Greater than 50-50 shot over many places, including New Orleans, all the way inland to places like Montgomery, all the way east of Destin, Florida. So a lot of you at risk for power outages, down trees and so forth over the next several days. This isn't going to happen tonight, but starting tomorrow, it could be moving close enough to land that we start to get the tropical storm conditions. Now, this is the exact forecast for Wednesday morning, but don't count on this system to go right down the middle of the cone and follow these exact timelines. There's going to be, I think, a lot of stalling and looping around, and it moves and then it stops, and it could kind of park itself offshore at times tomorrow when the steering currents truly collapse. So it might even be later than Wednesday morning when the center finally comes ashore. Eventually it will get on its horse, comparatively speaking, and move inland. So don't be surprised if it really takes its time coming ashore. Now, one of the pieces of good news with the slower motion today and tonight is it buys us a little bit more time before winds of tropical storm force maybe start arriving tomorrow morning, because they really haven't come on land in very many places yet. And then maybe tomorrow night a little farther inland. Let me just show you an example of one of the models that really shows this really slow motion and how long it could take to come ashore. This European model run basically shows essentially no motion over the next 24 hours of any significance, and it takes till Wednesday night for it to come ashore. Now, we'll see what the next version of this model shows, but this is a full day behind when the latest GFS model has it over south central Alabama. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the timing and the forward speed of this. Now, I really hope that when it takes its time and for periods of time it stalls, I hope it doesn't do it really close to the coast. I'd rather it do it down in here to keep the heaviest rains offshore. But if it stalls with its center in here and this kind of rain swath is sitting over land, it could really up the ante in terms of the rain-induced inland flood disaster. This is really a significant event, folks. It might not be a major hurricane on the wind scale, but this could be a major, major event with major impacts at the coast and inland, primarily due to water. Tomorrow could be big day number one of life-threatening, potentially damaging flooding due to the rainfall. And keep in mind, these are areas that are under storm surge warnings as well. So whatever rain falls, it's going to be trying to drain into the Gulf of Mexico, and the storm surge is going to be trying to push it in the other direction. And, in places like Mobile, Alabama, Reynolds Wolf, we've got to really wrap our minds around a really significant water disaster because the radar estimates of the rainfall offshore today have been in the 1 to 2 foot per day range. And you put that on land for a couple of days, I don't want to think about that.
I got to tell you, I'm listening to what you're telling me, and I don't want to believe it. But sure enough, this is what's laying out in front of us. I mean, America, are you the same way that I am? I mean, in disbelief. It's terrifying to think about. Hey, let me show you something. Dr. Nam, notice this. Where I happen to be, we don't have much in terms of precipitation. However, you see the world in a different light, or a different camera, as it were. In Mobile, you've got rain coming down in sheets. Take a look at this. Yep, this is also Mobile, Alabama. You've got gusts up to 31, rain coming down like staccato drum beats. You see it right there on the pavement. This is Act 1 for a play that Dr. Nam talked about is something that could last for days and days. Now, when it comes to Mobile, a couple inches of rainfall, a couple of inches of rain can cause problems. Now, full disclosure, I'm a guy who grew up in the state of Alabama. Was here all the way through grade school, and I can tell you, know the state very, very well. Much of South Alabama, Central Alabama, North Alabama, it's almost like the lines in the palm of your hand in terms of the streams, the rivers that feed all the way down into Mobile Bay. Every one of those streams, those creeks, those rivers are going to be compromised. That water has got to go somewhere. That water is going to want to go back into the Gulf of Mexico, or later in days to come into the Atlantic when it enters parts of, say, the Carolinas. The problem is, it's one thing when it's a stream, it's another when it's going through your neighborhood. It's even more of an issue when it's going through your living room. And that is something, that is the nightmare scenario that we might be seeing. And folks, let me tell you, this is one of those times you've got to really think about what you're doing when you're out and about, when you're driving around. And do not cross a roadway. Don't go through a roadway through standing water, high water. Remember, only 6 inches or even a little bit more can pick up some of the heaviest vehicles, and what were once streets become streams. Terrifying scenario. And you see what we have in terms of wind gusts and how it's going to intensify as we go from Tuesday afternoon to Wednesday morning. That's going to be really the demarcation point when we go from just, well, tropical storms to, well, you've got a full-throated roar of a hurricane. You do. And then when you look at the duration of it, and this is something else that Dr. Nab mentioned, look at that. Duration and intensity. Two major players when it comes to this rain event. Now, the wind, coupled with all the moisture compromising a lot of the root systems, the anchors that hold these incredible trees down, well, that's going to be compromised when you have the wind that seems as though it will never stop. When you look at that duration, something's got to give, and it's going to be the branches. It is going to be, again, a lot of these trees. And one thing that Mark Elliott mentioned, also very wise to mention, is that we've got full foliage. We're not there. It's not wintertime yet. We're still, we haven't had the leaves even change yet. It's early September. So all of those trees are going to offer some kind of resistance. You've got the wind that's going to come through impeded, nothing stopping it, nothing harnessing, nothing to break it. It's going to go right across the coastal plain, and with it, widespread power outages, widespread tree damage, roads blocked, something that could be a problem for days, if not weeks, in some parts of America. Let's send it back to Dr. Nab.
Well, Reynolds, a lot of folks are under evacuation instructions, and for very good reason, because even though we might be a day and a half, maybe even 2 days away from landfall, we're already getting water rises along the Gulf of Mexico. So it's just a preview of what is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Let's take a look at the particulars on the hurricane. And when you think about what's going on with the circulation centered right there on the northern side of it, we're already getting a push of water into this concave-shaped coastline. Now, because it's moving so slowly, that situation is going to stay the same through multiple high tide cycles. And so there are going to be multiple opportunities for the onshore push and the high tide to coincide and cause a long duration event of life-threatening storm surge. Anywhere within this storm surge warning area, you need to evacuate if told by local officials. You might be thinking around Lake Pontchartrain, hey, this is going to pass to our east. Why do we have a problem? Well, again, it's because of the shape of your coastline and how vulnerable you are, because how shallow the waters here are, but also because you're already getting an onshore push on the north side. This very long fetch of winds blowing across the Gulf from east to west. It is piling up the water in this part of the coastline, and I'm sorry the numbers aren't reporting right now, but persistently over the last several hours, we've had 2.5 feet above normally dry ground being reported there on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain and at Shell Beach. Outside of the risk reduction system, we've had 1.5 feet or more. along the coastlines of Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle. So that is without having the eye on shore yet. And when that happens, to the right of where it comes ashore, we're going to maximize some of these values somewhere within that red area. You could have 6 to 9 feet above ground, including up near Mobile, Alabama, at the top of the bay. It's not just a Gulf front problem. So when you're talking about evacuation, you got to know what zone you're in. So when they call it and you find out tonight, if you haven't evacuated or you haven't heard an evacuation instruction, you know if it applies to you. Ideally, you want to go to a friend's home so you can lessen your exposure to the virus, for example, at a shelter, and be more comfortable. And if you are not in an evacuation zone, why don't you host somebody who is having to evacuate? Do what you can to get your home ready before you leave. Take supplies with you, including for the pandemic. And Mark, please, 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 we got to spread the word. Don't leave your pets at home. We've seen that happen too many times. Those family members need to evacuate just as much as you do.
Yeah, and never let that be an excuse. There will always be shelters that can take pets. There's ways to make that happen. So you don't want to have that guilt of not being able to get back in time and knowing that your pet was left behind. There are a lot of risks with these storms. Now, part of that is the onslaught of the surge and the wind, but there's also a growing severe weather threat. That component is often underlooked, kind of discounted as these storms approach. This is something I want you to pay attention to over the next couple of days. Already tonight, about a 2 out of 10 on the Torcon. Not a great chance of tornadoes. We're just now getting to the point where some of those banding features are close enough to maybe tap into that different wind direction and that different frictional difference between the water and the land and give you spin-up tornadoes. It's much more likely in this band, for example, than it is for what's already onshore. And so as that center slowly marches in, that chance is going to ramp up. That's why tomorrow we have a larger red area on the map for severe weather, and that severe weather is in the form of tornadoes. We look at the threat for tomorrow, the surface winds going basically east to west, almost even a little bit of a southerly component into portions of Mississippi. That's at the surface. You go 5,000 feet up, and suddenly that wind direction totally changes. You're crossing all these lines at a different wind direction and speed. That's known as shear, both speed shear and directional shear. It can help to induce these fast-moving, short-lived tornadoes. But they're tornadoes, right? It doesn't matter how fast they are, or if it comes through your house, you got to know that threat is there. That's a tornado threat, 3 out of 10 tomorrow. But we're already seeing the more traditional wind threat. You look at a buoy that's off the coast, you got up to that, hurricane threshold near that center, and it has stayed there. That's this buoy right on here, still gusting close to 70. Buoys closer in, gusting to 55 or so, and Pensacola gusting to 25, Apalachicola gusting to 30. Look for all of those numbers to continue to ramp up as our storm approaches south to north over the next couple of days. And that's why the National Weather Service has this whole area of red where that potential, the greatest maximum wind potential is at hurricane force. Biloxi, all of Mobile Bay, western portions of the Florida Panhandle, and well inland. Speaking of inland, Dr. Nab, this rain does not stay at the coast. Yes, some of the biggest numbers might be right at the coast, but gosh, it's going to be a coast and an inland flood event.
Yeah, a life-threatening inland flood event at the coast and inland. A lot of folks are eventually going to deal with this as this slow mover moves ashore. Now, moving at 3 miles an hour, that's why we call it category slow. And why do we make such a big deal about that? It's because I don't want you to dismiss the threat to life that this system poses, because it's not a major hurricane on the wind scale, category 3 or stronger. But on the forward motion scale, it is abysmally slow. It's going to take a day or two for it to come ashore, and it's not going to be moving all that fast when it moves inland. And that means not just inches, but maybe feet of rain that could not just flood roads, but maybe flood entire communities and get into some of your homes. Radar estimates say we've had about 3 or 4 inches of rain per hour in spots in these bands in the Northeast, and the radar estimates in 12 hours are 12 to 18 inches, and this hasn't been moving much. So if you look at what has happened offshore today, it's a lot easier to believe the model forecasts that are 1, 1.5, 2 feet of rainfall along the path once it eventually comes ashore. And if it stalls a little bit more for a longer period of time than these models are showing, then we could eclipse 2 feet. So this is a really serious, life-threatening situation that could cause damage to structures. So starting tomorrow, we've got to stay off the roads and call 911 if you're trapped in your home by floodwaters coming in. We continue to track Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system closes in on landfall.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
The number 3 means perfection. It's a party, not a crowd. In some places on Earth, it even evokes the divine. Introducing the BMW 3 Series, an icon that lives on like never before. Choose between the advanced and dynamic 330i, the adrenaline-inducing M340i, or the electrified 330e. It really is a magic number. The 3. Hurry in to lease a 2020 BMW 330i X-Drive sedan for $439 a month.
Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 71. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, night has fallen here in Gulf Shores, Alabama, but Hurricane Sally continues to turn this way. We do expect landfall to be to the west of us, maybe 50 miles or so, but we're still going to be in that right front quadrant, and that's a big concern. There's about 100 yards of dune from where I'm standing at the edge of the property here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park to and across this dune field onto the beach then, and you have the Gulf of Mexico. Although earlier today, before the sunset, you could actually see, even from here, all the waves crashing. The waves now lapping at the edge of the dune line. So we still have 100 yards before we get the water closer to this beautiful lodge here. Now, this lodge was rebuilt because the original lodge, built back in 1974, was destroyed in 2004 because of Hurricane Ivan. That was the last major hurricane to make landfall, basically right here, with a 12-foot storm surge. The good news with Ivan is it came in and it kept going. That surge came up and it did come down. The bad news with Sally, it's going to be probably not as strong as Ivan, but it could potentially bring maybe half as much storm surge, but for a much longer duration. So we're talking maybe a 4 to 6 foot storm surge, but for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours, that's going to eat through the gorgeous dune system and bring that water not only closer here, but closer to other buildings not nearly built as well as the lodge here at Gulf State Park. So that's the coastal concerns. Not to mention, yes, we're going to have the wind issues as well with Cat 2, maybe weak Cat 3 hurricane approaching. But then outside of the coastal areas, it's also going to be the heavy rain. Some models now are talking about double digit, maybe not just 10, we're talking maybe 15, 18 inches of rain over the next several days. That's going to cause massive flooding off of the coast. So yes, we have coastal concerns, but we also have a lot more inland concerns. And we have hours upon hours, most likely closer to 36 hours of weather we have to endure before we start seeing better weather across this part of the Gulf Coast.
Boy, and I hope, Paul, that 36 hours is as long as it gets, because if this really slows down, it could be even 2 days for some folks front to back dealing with the heavy rain. And we've also got the storm surge to contend with here, and those factors are going to combine in the coastal regions to cause flooding. Category 2 hurricane barely moving right now, but it is moving the water. It is moving the Gulf of Mexico. Here's the center of circulation. This fetch, this wind persistently blowing from east to west, is already producing storm surge. It's piling up the water here in this concave-shaped coastline here where Mississippi and Louisiana meet. We're already getting a couple and a half feet of water rise in Lake Pontchartrain, right along the shoreline above normally dry ground. You get to 3 feet and it's life-threatening. So that's why we've got the forecast of getting 3 to 5 feet before this is all said and done, because this will be closer tomorrow. 6 to 9 feet above normally dry ground, southeast Louisiana, outside the risk reduction zone, and the coast of Mississippi and into Mobile. Life-threatening flooding all the way to the Pensacola area. There's some evacuation instructions for places like Perdido Key. Anywhere in this storm surge warning zone, you need to evacuate if told by local officials. And when you go, you want to take some things with you. Cash, important documents for any insurance claim. If you have flood or other damage when you come back, you want to have those documents safe with you. Take masks and sanitizer, anything else you can to lessen the spread of the virus wherever it is you go. Take your pets with you and everything they need. Blankets, pillows, and those portable phone chargers, Mark, those are lifesavers when you go someplace and the power is out. Your phone will be the first thing you want to use when texting comes back up after the storm.
It's amazing how far just a little bit of those comfort things can go when you are evacuated and just hoping to get back to some sense of normalcy. Want to switch towards the Florida beach already. Pensacola Beach, the surf already kicking up earlier this evening. Think about how long those winds are going to be over the northern Gulf of Mexico and cranking up that surf and sending that swell towards the beaches, towards the structures there right along the coastline. We got a long way to go here. And so the ocean already angry. The rain has already begun. We can show you what it looks like right now in the Destin area. in Destin. You can see the raindrops streaking across the lens there. Not as heavy as it was earlier, but this is just the beginning. And there's no really easy way to end that rain across that zone. The water already high also in places like Dauphin Island in Alabama. Look at this. One of our storm trackers came across cars that were stuck in the sand after the water came up. Governor of Alabama issuing a state of emergency, asking everyone to be prepared, not just right along the coastline, but for much of the state.
Bad weather is nothing to take lightly. Earlier today, I issued a state of emergency because those on the Gulf Coast know a flood and heavy rains can be just as deadly as tropical winds. We pray that Sally doesn't do any harm, but we must be prepared just in case. As your governor, you have my assurance that every resource will be available if we need it. Be safe, Alabama.
And that includes Alabama through, say, Montgomery or Birmingham. That's pretty far north, pretty far away from the coast. It's a day trip at least to get down to the Gulf. And yet, 3 to 5 inches of rain in your forecast by the end of the week. And that includes much of Georgia into the Carolinas. Here's where we're at now, basically. By midweek, we'll still be basically right at the coastline, and it'll take until, say, Friday to move that tropical moisture this far, all the way into South Carolina at that point. It is going to be a slow go. It's why Wednesday to Thursday, there's a likelihood of flooding from Alabama into North Georgia. And don't forget about how the elevation changes as we go through these next several days. Wednesday into Wednesday night, yes, the rain overspreads the southeast, but again, it takes until Friday to really kick that heavy rain out of here. And that's why we've got team coverage from the Gulf and inland.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The drivers feel it every time they get in. The power has shifted.
Hey, can I go?
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
That's safe driver, save 40%.
It is. That's safe driver, save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carryout, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery. to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So today, we brought a little enticement. Devour buffalo chicken mac and cheese. There he is. What a magnificent beast. Once he locks onto his prey, it's all but over.
Oh, wow. It's a female.
Ryan!
Looks like she's the alpha.
Typical.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
That's right, I'm coming to you from the port city, Mobile, Alabama, where right now conditions really are very comfortable. We had some scattered showers back in the afternoon, but that's really just a memory for the time being. A few puddles behind me, but what's to come? A lot more of that moisture. Wind, too, at times can be very strong, with wind gusts topping 75 miles per hour, possibly for 10 hours or even more, which means some of these beautiful trees that we have along the Gulf Coast and certainly right here in Bienville Square, they could certainly be affected. Power outages seem like it's going to be a certainty, really a big issue. When you think about Mobile Bay itself, relatively shallow body of water, some 413 square miles, that's going to get kicked up considerably with that wind spinning around that center of circulation. So all communities in that location, think about it, all the way from Bayou La Battery to places like Dauphin Island to here in Mobile proper, we're going to have some rough times. Now, you have to remember that when it comes to Mobile, they have had a bevy of tropical systems over the years. Now, there has never been a direct hit from a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. However, of course, in '69, they were affected by Camille, which was a Cat 5, but was much farther to the west. They could still have some serious problems. Here's a case in point. About a year ago, almost to the day, they had 7 inches of rain that came down in less than 24 hours, and you had widespread problems around the city. That's 7 inches of rainfall. We could see over a foot of rain here, all complements the system. So people have got to be on guard. They've got to be ready. They have to be vigilant. Another key takeaway is that this storm is not going to stay just here. It's going to move inland, affecting parts of central Alabama into Georgia, Tennessee, the Carolinas. A lot of folks far from the water's edge could be affected. That's the story here in Mobile. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, we say all the time that tropical storms and hurricanes are not just coastal events, and they're not just about wind. They're about water as well. In fact, most fatalities historically in tropical systems are due to water. So let's talk about all that. Category 2 hurricane moving very slowly at only 3 miles an hour. It's centered straight east of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So it's already close to the coast, but because it's barely moving, it's going to take a while for it to come ashore, and it's going to be a long duration wind and water event. Hurricane warning still up from Grand Isle, Louisiana, eastward, including metropolitan New Orleans, all the way over to Pensacola. You might be thinking, New Orleans, why am I still under a hurricane warning when everything has shifted to the east? Well, the steering currents are collapsing. We just can't trust that this is going to behave itself when it's so close to you. But we do have a pretty high confidence that you've got a decent chance of tropical storm force winds, and that risk goes way inland as well. So that is an area that could be experiencing power outages and downed trees. We know how deadly both of those have been this year in Isaias and in Laura. We had a lot of fatalities with trees falling on homes and people in power outages running those generators in a way that they died from carbon monoxide poisoning. So during a power outage, which we expect will happen, as Reynolds mentioned, operate those generators outdoors and far away from buildings. Don't use any candles or other open flames. Buy those LED lights that are battery powered. They burn cool, they last a long time. Stay away from down power lines. And if you or anybody you know relies on power for life-sustaining medical equipment, find somewhere to shelter during the storm that has backup power. It's so much to contend with when you're dealing with a wind machine that causes a lot of water problems. And, you know, it's not going to behave itself like you would think it would based on this cone. It's not just going to go right down the middle of the cone and follow this exact timeline. There's going to be some stalling, some meandering, some looping. It might take longer than until Wednesday morning for the center to come ashore. Eventually, it will get on its horse, comparatively speaking, and move across the southeast U.S. The slow motion has bought us a little more time overnight tonight before the winds of tropical storm force maybe start arriving on the coast tomorrow morning and then spread inland as the day goes on. That's if it actually moves according to the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. But there's differences in the models in terms of speed. Look at the latest GFS. By 12 a.m. on Wednesday, it's coming ashore. And then when we get late in the night Wednesday, it's over southwest Alabama. But look at the European model run that we have the latest version of. Doesn't move much in the next 24 hours, and then it takes until Wednesday night late to come ashore. It takes till Thursday to get where the GFS has it on Wednesday. So a lot of uncertainty in terms of the forward speed. But eventually, all of this rain is going to be pounding places on land with very life-threatening flooding.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Ah! Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? It's because they rub against you, creating friction. And your clothes rub against you all day. For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Just pour into the rinse dispenser, and Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer, fluffier, and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle, recognized by the National Psoriasis Foundation and National Eczema Association.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
That's right, coming to you from the port city of Mobile, Alabama. And right now we've been treated to some very comfortable conditions. I mean, if you hadn't been watching the weather forecast, you'd think this is a banner, a textbook. Beautiful, beautiful. September night in the deep south. But we have this beast that is offshore, and that beast has a name. We're talking about Sally. What could Sally bring to Mobile? Well, for one, winds are going to intensify. We are going to have winds that are going to be very strong, could certainly cause some widespread power outages. Case in point, right behind me, you'll notice these wires, and you see the trees? Well, eventually, those branches could break, which means those wires, hey, gravity's going to do its thing. They're going to come down, and with it, we could see all kinds of problems around parts of the port city. What's more, though, is that the story of the wind is coupled with some heavy rain, possibly up to a foot of rainfall that will be affecting places like Mobile, but also into parts of central Alabama, possibly Georgia and the Carolinas. A lot to deal with, of course. So, folks, keep it here at the Weather Channel to keep you up to speed. We're all in this together. Let's send it back to you.
Thank you, Reynolds. And we are following all those impacts kind of city by city as we go along the Gulf Coast. Reynolds mentioned well inland. We'll get there as well. But let's start out by looking at New Orleans tonight. We're looking across the French Quarter right now, and it is a reasonable evening. And with the way the forecast track has shifted, it could wind up being a reasonable event for you. We're going to hope that you don't get into any of those real heavy rainfall rates to overwhelm the pumps. Right now, the trend is your friend. As each successive model run has come out, the center has bent a little bit farther east, and that's brought the worst of the rain away from you. You're still under hurricane warnings because, gosh, a little jog back to the west could bring the wind and the rain back into you. But right now, the best forecast is for less than an inch of rain officially into New Orleans, with winds of near tropical storm force, which is not anywhere near what it could have been across the region. Let's give you just a look at what could have been. Travel, 25 miles to the east, and suddenly you have a forecast of 8 inches of rain as opposed to 1 inch of rain. That is a very big difference for a city that is below sea level. Let's take a look now down the Gulf a little bit. We'll go into Gulfport. I don't think you'll be able to escape the worst of the conditions in the Gulfport area. It's a decent evening there right now, 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's been there. It's been steady in the Gulfport area for those winds. One thing that has changed is that the forecast here for storm surge flooding has come down just a little bit. Instead of being in that 6 to 7, looks more like 3 to 6. Let's hope that is true and that the timing works out, that you don't have too many high tide cycles with that flooding, because it can still be very damaging. Anything above 3 feet can certainly be life-threatening. And in portions of the area, the forecast is still for 6 to 9. So keep that in mind. In the Gulfport area itself, 5 to 8 inches of rain on the way, and hurricane wind gusts that peak Tuesday evening, so about 24 hours from now, we'll start to see the gustier winds coming through, but we're already starting to see the winds picking up to some degree, and that will last all the way through Wednesday. To give you an idea of what that feels like, by morning, we'll start to see winds picking up to, say, 45 to 50 in those gusts. By midday, we're now looking at winds picking up to about 60 miles per hour, and the rainfall rates picking up. We go into Tuesday night, and now we're into the steady rain and the heavy rain at that, still with wind gusts close to 60 miles per hour. We can also look at Pensacola. In the Pensacola area, we have seen at times the potential for some very heavy rains. Luckily, Pensacola itself, even with an onshore flow, should be okay with regards to storm surge in town. You look at Gulf breeze, you should be okay. However, these little inlets and bays and rivers, if this were a fast-moving storm system, those would protect you to some degree. With a slow-moving storm system, you actually have the water pile up and pile up and pile up, and it can't exit back out. And so you wind up with these unfavored locations, and just outside of, say, University Parkway, where you could still have 3 to 6 feet of storm surge flooding there. That's outside of Pensacola. Pensacola in that 2 to 4 inch range. Rainfall, gosh, 12 to 18 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain coming through, and there could be, strong tropical storm force gusts from tomorrow afternoon all the way into Wednesday morning. That's going to be the peak of your wind across that area. So again, let's do this and look through the timing here in the Pensacola area, where throughout the day Tuesday, we're at moderate to heavy rain and winds that are almost due east at 50 to 55 miles per hour. That's for a long, long duration here. If one tree was kind of going to give it up at, say, 3 hours of wind, well, you've got 12 hours of wind. And it is really the gust. It's not necessarily the sustained wind that matters. It matters to a degree, don't get me wrong, but it's the gusts that can then take out the tree or throw some debris into the air and take out some windows. And then you've got the rest of the storm exposed to the elements. Destin could also see some of that rain. You've already begun to see some of that rain in the Destin area. And, the storm surge, you're probably far enough away that you won't have too much of a water rise. But gosh, the hour upon hour upon hour of steady rains, that alone could really wear on you. Wind gusts right now a little above 20 miles per hour, but you can see the raindrops already flying. And there's not an easy path to get rid of that rain now that it has arrived. So let's show you the high-resolution radar here and run this through for the next several hours. This goes all the way overnight into the morning, and there's still rain nearby. Heavier just off the coast, but don't you worry, that comes in for the afternoon. And now you're into the steadier, heavier rain all the way into Tuesday evening, and we'll roll that forward into Tuesday night, continuing into Wednesday. It's about this point that the center's coming in. Okay, that's just the halfway point for some storms, and you've already seen, 12 hours of rain across that area. A very, very difficult and damaging forecast on so many different levels as we go city by city here. And that's why our team is spread out across the Gulf Coast to bring you live coverage during the storm. We'll also have teams moving inland as the threats move inland. We've got you covered right on through. Don't go anywhere.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Bill assumed it was a costume party. Bill assumed his mayo was the best choice. Assume nothing. Just like the leading brand, Kraft Real Mayo is made with high-quality ingredients at a price you can feel good about. No wonder Kraft is so good.
Here?
Now.
Here. Nope.
Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Sometimes the smallest gestures can be the most refreshing. Give extra, get extra.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Spectrum Mobile has no hidden fees. What you sign up for is what you pay. Other carriers add fees and charges for things they never mention up front.
I hate that. The new gardener hit us with an I got stuck with a thorn fee. And there's a $12 surcharge for singing to the plants?
For what?
I did ask him to sing to the plants, but $12? The plant said he's not even good.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile and avoid any hidden charges and fees.
This one just says, I am scared of bees, $10.
Where did you find this guy?
He found me.
Introducing Plaza Automall's pick-up and drop-off for servicing your vehicle. Whether you're just needing an oil change, alignment, new tires, or a brake job, schedule with us online or on the phone, and we will pick up your car and drop it off when it's done. We are here for all of your service needs. Hey, did you know you can get a 2-year lease at Plaza Automall? That's right, 24 months with no public transit. Sounds right on time to me. Payments as low as $199 a month. Many options available with no money down.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday, mainly sunny, high 71. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are tracking Hurricane Sally on the slow approach towards the Gulf Coast. It's going to take a bit. We've got a ways to go here. 100-mile-per-hour winds, Cat 2 moving at a whopping 3 miles per hour. So a day to a day and a half before this thing makes the slow curl and eventually makes landfall along that northern Gulf Coast. It's going to take a bit, and that means the rainfall potential is so high. Yes, there's a wind threat with this. That's why you have the hurricane warnings that are up, although you can make the argument that back here it's more likely to start to see tropical storm force winds as opposed to hurricane force winds, as shown by the National Weather Service offices forecasting their top wind potential. A little wiggle. And that could change dramatically. And since the steering currents are basically non-existent at this point, you still have the hurricane warnings up. That said, the Biloxi and certainly the Mobile area, gosh, a lot of the impacts are pointed directly at you. We've got a storm surge threat that'll go right up Mobile Bay. We've got certainly the shape of the coast not helping that here for Mississippi and Louisiana for significant water rise, and you've got all of the freshwater flooding as well. Look at the rainfall still to come map on this forecast. A foot, maybe a foot and a half of rain. That's going into the river systems, except the rivers are going to be blocked up. They're not going to be able to go back into the Gulf because of that onshore flow. So that spells a flood disaster and could be one of the lasting impacts from this storm. In Waveland, Mississippi, residents are running out of time. Hurricane Sally expected to come in within the next day or so, and our own Robert Ray caught up with people who are packing up before the storm.
Dangerous storm surge, heavy rain, and strong winds are coming. Hurricane Sally is slow but ambitious, and many people in the Magnolia State are stocking up on food, waiting in long lines to get fuel and evacuate off the coastline.
When you got to replace your home, your roofs, and your property and stuff like that, you lose everything. That hurts. That hurts.
In Waveland, Mississippi, a town devastated by Hurricane Katrina, David Hubbard owns a hardware store. He's keeping it open as long as he can to help the community board up their homes.
Well, I guess it's like earthquakes in California and things like that. It's life. You know, you just live with it, you prepare for it, and you do the best you can.
A mandatory evacuation here in Waveland, Mississippi. I just pulled into this parking lot about 2.5 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and I want to show you this. Check this out. There are boats and RVs here in this retail shopping center that people have parked at. They're concerned that obviously the storm surge will cause incredible flooding and that they'll lose their properties. But take a look above at the pictures and look at how many people are staging here. They've put all of their equipment and their big trucks and their shrimping boats like the one behind me to try and be safe. And many people have left town already. Others still trying to make their way as Sally is getting closer. 50 miles to the west is New Orleans. Sandbags are in place with the hope that if the streets flood, the stores will not be inundated. Cafe Beignet is in the French Quarter and was serving customers this morning, but closed at 1 p.m.
It did shift a little bit, so we're not exactly sure what we will be getting today. And then we will be shut down for the next 2 days as well.
Though the track of Hurricane Sally is leaning more east now, the uncertainty of strength and rainfall totals is not being taken lightly in the Big Easy. These friends from Philadelphia, here on a quick getaway, are not taking chances.
Yeah, we came in to celebrate her birthday, and yeah, we were looking to stay till tomorrow, but everybody said we should evacuate.
From Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle and spinning northeast as the week progresses, Hurricane Sally is set to bring a barrage of life-threatening rain and wind. Robert Ray, The Weather Channel.
And of course, we're focused on tracking Hurricane Sally tonight, but that's not the only tropical swirl we've been following. I want to bring back hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb, because up until the point that one name got crossed off the list, the Hurricane Center was setting records for the number of active systems they were following over the past 24 hours.
Yeah, and we've still got several active tropical storms and hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin and one in the East Pacific. Now, Karina in the East Pac moving away from land, that'll weaken. This area to watch in the Western Gulf, very small chance of developing. Obviously, we'll watch Sally and Paulette. Renee is done. And Vicky will not last more than a couple more days. So we'll watch Teddy and area to watch coming off the west coast of Africa. So at least I've got it down to these four that we'll focus on, okay? Don't have to worry about everything that's on that map. Paulette has left Bermuda. Another hurricane landfall, another strike to Bermuda that has been hit every 2 or 3 years for the last couple of decades. At least they're not getting Paulette at its strongest, which it could be over the next couple of days. It'll be a non-tropical system over by the Azores. They'll get some impacts, but it won't be from a hurricane. Now, Teddy is looking healthier. 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm moving to the west. Very well-defined steering currents. High agreement in the models on a path that takes it northeast of the Caribbean and strengthens it to a major hurricane. So over the next 5 days, it's going to do its thing away from land. Now watch all the colors on the map. Those are the low-level spins of the active systems. Here's Teddy, but here's our next system coming off the west coast of Africa. This ridge is going to bring Teddy, hopefully not over Bermuda, but northwestward. But that ridge is going to steer this next area to watch farther south and west maybe than Teddy. So this system could be something to watch as it moves off the west coast of Africa with a high chance of development. We're going to be watching Sally as it slowly moves toward the coast.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Got it?
Got it.
It's slippery.
Yes.
Quick! The Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
Hey, look. I got it.
Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Having the right coverage is important, especially when it comes to retirement. Since Medicare doesn't cover everything, you could get burned with unplanned expenses. With Physicians Mutual, you'll keep your cool with the protection you need.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say Jamal.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut!
Sonny.
So good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance. Let's try again. Everybody back to one.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Right now, a dangerous Hurricane Sally inching closer to the Gulf Coast, already rapidly intensified into a Category 2 hurricane. Additional strengthening is possible as it crawls ever so slowly toward land. This hurricane brings multiple threats that will be felt well inland. In fact, from Birmingham, Alabama to Atlanta and even Charlotte, North Carolina. This system, if you've been on a little bit of a break for the past few days, seemingly coming out of nowhere, but once it moved across Florida and into the Gulf, boy, did it explode. And now, after seeing a very big uptick in winds, 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 hurricane right now with quite a bit of heavy rain offshore. It is moving to the west-northwest at 3 miles an hour. Now, let's go back now. Okay, let's go back almost 24 hours, and it was a 60-mile-an-hour storm. This was, you think of this as late Sunday, early Monday morning. Right now we are late Monday, early Tuesday morning, and it was moving to the west, clipping along by quite a bit at 12 miles an hour, but it was 60-mile-per-hour storm. And again, now we're looking at a 3-mile-per-hour in movement, but packing winds around 100 miles an hour. And as close as it looks right here to land, it is going so slow. And it's moving at this moment to the west-northwest. I mean, let's do this. Let's do a little arrow here because it's not moving very fast. But eventually, it is expected to make a turn. And where does that turn happen? We'll have a big say in exactly where it ends up going. So here's what we know right now with Hurricane Sally. Further strengthening is expected going into the morning hours. A life-threatening storm surge is expected across parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. But remember, if you're not there, there won't be a problem. It won't be life-threatening. It's only if you stay behind is it a life-threatening situation. Widespread significant flash flooding is also a possibility and can't rule out tornadoes. But Ray, what's I think really getting my attention at this point anyways, before the winds get going, is the amount of rainfall that is expected out of this. And it's that fresh water flooding with tropical systems that time and time again ends up being deadly.
Yeah, and I think the legacy of this one, Chris, is going to be the slow movement or maybe even the non-movement as, you know, there's some big discrepancies here between two of our forecast models. We'll get to that in just a bit. But they are gearing up here along the Gulf Coast. Sally just sitting just offshore, and many people did their important work protecting homes and property, getting gas for cars and generators on Monday. So preparations in place. A lot of people along the Gulf Coast should be getting themselves ready for what looks to be an impactful rain event, maybe even a water rise or a storm surge. And it looks like we'll continue to see some of that impacts come in as we head on through the next couple of days. So Sally's certainly going to have impact as we go through the next few days. And right now, Category 2 storm, 100 miles per hour, needs to get to 110 to be a Cat 3. And the Hurricane Center does forecast that. Moving northwest, I guess barely at 3 miles per hour. But I think the legacy of this storm will be if we do see it continue to slow down and maybe even stall, we're going to have significant impacts here with hurricane warnings from New Orleans to Gulfport, Mobile, and Pensacola. That means within 24 hours, hurricane conditions possible. The tropical storm warnings mean the same except tropical storm conditions within 24 hours. See tropical storm watches now and hurricane warnings continue to spread further toward the north. That likely will follow the center as we go through the next few days. The storm surge warnings along the coast, but it does not include areas inside hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system in and around New Orleans. But there will be a water rise, Gulfport, Mobile, and especially where that center comes on shore, when it comes onshore, but there's going to be a prolonged period of water getting driven up against the coast here from Gulfport to Mobile Bay. 6 to 9 foot water rise expected, and that's the amount of water that's expected to come up above dry ground. So picture that. I'm about 6 feet tall. It's probably going to get above my head. 4 to 7 feet as you get closer to the Panhandle and the Alabama and Florida border. Destin about a 2 to 4 foot water rise. New Orleans, you should be okay, but any shift in that forecast track could mean all the difference. And the flood watches now starting to expand further into the heart of Alabama. Those most likely will follow the path of Sally as we'll continue to watch the heavy rain spread inland, and this will become an inland flood threat. Severe weather also a threat here as we go through the next 24 to 48 hours. We're looking at places like the Panhandle, Pensacola, looking to see maybe a water rise that could be pretty significant here, and also severe weather on the northeast side of the storm, which could include, Chris, maybe some tornadoes as we look at this system come in. It's that northeast and that right front quadrant where we could see the most significant rainfall and the best severe weather threat.
And we're also looking at these areas right here, too, Ray. The country's southern tier is going to be dealing with some of the strong winds along with that rain and along with that possibility of tornadoes. Some gusts already recorded above 100 miles per hour. That was offshore late on Monday. And as the storm continues to gain strength and continues to get closer to the land here, the Gulf Coast, we are expecting the potential for hurricane force winds all the way in quite possibly several counties inland as well. Again, it's a 100-mile-an-hour storm right now, and the winds currently being recorded up and gusting, measured at up 25 to almost 30 miles an hour from Destin over to Pensacola. So we're looking at the Florida Panhandle here. Apalachicola, 17-mile-an-hour sustained, gusting to 26. And then a little bit farther now to the west, you can still see Pensacola here, but also some pretty strong winds coming out of the northeast. So you have the winds, of course, circling around the storm, and so the northern edge, the storm winds are going to come out of the northeast, gusting to 30 miles an hour in Mobile right now. And again, the winds are going to get only stronger. And the other thing I think that's going to be a factor here is the duration. While the rainfall totals are going to be stacking up and mounting because this is a slow mover, the winds also will be lasting for a long time because this is a slow mover. As we look at some of the winds here across portions of Louisiana, and portions of Louisiana will see tropical storm force winds. And here's another thing. When we talk about the winds, we talk about any of the possible impacts with this. It's going to range for people in the cone, either an inconvenience or possibly a devastating situation. Now, hurricane warnings are up for a huge portion of the coast, but you see the amount of area where there's actually hurricane force winds is relatively small compared to the area, but exactly where that's going to end up still remains to be seen. However, tropical storm force winds extend way out here, and we're talking a couple hundred miles, a possibility with impacts when we factor in the wind and the rain, and again the possibility for tornadoes. So the current forecast, and this can shift a little bit, of course, going through, again, this is Wednesday morning, not this morning, and you look at where it is now compared to where it's going to be essentially the morning after the next, so it's 2 sunrises from now, as these tropical storm force winds continue inland into portions of Alabama and eventually and possibly into parts of Georgia. So that's the sustained winds. We've talked about the rain and the severe weather, but there's something else too. The fact that these winds associated with this storm are going to be pushing a lot of Gulf water on land. Surge, of course, Ray, going to be a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be that constant battering. I mean, with a slow-moving system, we'll see plenty of scenes like this as the waves are battering up along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It's Bay St. Louis here, lapping the shores here during the day on Monday. The storm surge warning, as we could expect, a 6-foot water rise above ground. So when you talk about surge and these surge warnings and you see these numbers, what it means is actually how high the water is expected to get above the ground that you're standing on. And we've got these storm surge warnings from Destin all the way back toward New Orleans, but it does not include the areas inside a hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system. So that's in and around New Orleans, and the levee system should be impacted. And the further east that center goes, the less impact we'll see in storms in terms of surge away from from it. But right now we're looking at some of these strong winds continue to push on in around the center and starting to see these waves come up too. So that's going to continue to push the water onshore. And with a slow moving system, we'll continue to have these high waves, 15 to 20 feet already being reported at times, continuing to push on in here as the storm surge potential, as we said, highest around Gulfport to Mobile Bay, could be 6 to 9 feet above dry ground. That's going to have significant impacts even inland and up Mobile Bay, 2 to 4 feet in and around Destin. New Orleans, possibly on Lake Pontchartrain, about 3 to 5 feet. And that water's already started to come up around a foot or two, Chris. So as long as Sally sits south and moves very slowly, we're going to continue to see a very slow movement and continue battering of not only the waves along the shore, but also the water rise and the surge.
Yeah, and depending on how things shake out, too, this right here, that surge can be the deadliest part of a landfalling hurricane. Hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb shows us why this water takes so many lives.
A landfalling hurricane brings with it a powerful surge of salt water that can travel over land for miles into neighborhoods like this one and up rivers and streams tens of miles inland with devastating consequences. At 3 feet high above ground, water is already life-threatening and floods the lower levels of homes and businesses. Large objects can float, including cars and trucks. Driving is impossible. When water reaches 6 feet, vehicles quickly get carried away. Sharp, dangerous objects and chemicals can lurk below in the murky water. This is truly life-threatening and above the height of most people. And when water gets up to 9 feet, the first floor of homes and structures are completely flooded. There are very few places to survive when the water gets this high. This is why storm surge accounts for about half of all deaths directly caused by tropical cyclones in the United States. So please, find out if you live in an evacuation zone today and be prepared to leave when ordered to do so, because evacuating is the only way to ensure you survive a rising storm surge.
And so while you're looking to the ocean, don't forget to look behind you. What I mean by that is the rain, the water draining off the land out to sea, because flash flooding will be a serious concern here. As Sally moves northward, to be a big dip in the jet stream here with a lot of moisture. Basically, we have a lot of lifting mechanisms, a lot of potential for this moisture to turn into rainfall. And one of the big ones, of course, is the fact that this is going to be a slow moving system. So a lot of moisture coming inland. So even by the end of the week, heads up Carolinas, because this will continue to pump in that moisture. A couple of forecast models giving you a bit of an indication that by tomorrow evening, some of the heavy rain may be making its way onshore or is still just offshore. Now notice these two different models, one painting a much stronger storm here, the European, the other GFS, a little bit weaker. However, regardless of strength, it is going to bring a lot of very heavy rain. So by Wednesday afternoon, as this storm is either on land or just coming inland, parts of Alabama, coastal Alabama, and into the panhandle of Florida will have some very heavy rain. The European forecast model does paint a foot to a foot and a half on land. Now, if this right here were to be on land, it does look like it's going to be offshore, but if it were to be on land, that'd be 2 feet of rain. And whenever you see any of these numbers, you can think some areas could end up getting more than that. So the GFS model also, Ray, showing a foot to a foot and a half. And again, you notice this yellow and this orange going off the screen. So this is going well inland.
Yeah, it is, Chris. I mean, it's going to be a pretty significant inland flooding event, too. We always worry about these things as heavy rainfall will push inland. Atlanta, Charlotte, right in the bullseye. Areas that have been dry for the fall are going to see a pretty heavy soaking here as we go through the next couple of days. So a long-term rain event. Let's hope as we watch Sally or whatever left of it get into the farther northern latitudes that we start to see this thing pick up in forward speed. Right now, it's continuing to be on a slow pace. And with that slow pace, multiple inches of rain. rain expected. Now, you need to know your areas. So Evergreen, Montgomery, Birmingham, Atlanta, if you're in this area, yellow, flash flooding is become likely as we go through the next few days. So if you're in a low-lying area, an area that is prone to flooding, you certainly should be prepping now for what your action is going to be if you do get warned for. And we're going to see this very heavy rainfall. I mean, look at this. There could be some spots in that bullseye there. If this verifies through Friday, that could see over a foot of rainfall, and that could include areas in the Atlanta, Georgia region and around the metro and up into Greenville, South Carolina, possibly into Charlotte through around the Queen City. So very heavy rainfall, flooding rain in the forecast. Travel will be difficult. And as we go through Friday, that rain's going to extend through the Triad and the Triangle, Raleigh, Winston-Salem, maybe even out towards southeastern parts of Virginia, getting in on the act. So start prepping now for what looks to be a heavy inland rain and flood event as we go through Wednesday night, and then into Thursday. We'll watch that rain continue to spread off toward the north and east. And notice how slow Tropical Storm Sally now at the time is going to be moving here as we go through Wednesday night and Thursday with very heavy rainfall, that rain coming into Mobile over the next day or two. Chris.
Here's what we know right now about this hurricane, Hurricane Sally. The Mississippi Gaming Commission has closed all casinos until further notice. Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, currently in hurricane condition 2. In Florida, Pensacola Airport closed at 6 last night. And in Alabama, voluntary evacuations are recommended for zones 1 and 2 in Baldwin County, which includes Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. And Hurricane Sally will have wide-reaching impacts from the Gulf Coast to the Appalachian Mountains with extreme rainfall. We'll give you a state-by-state rundown coming up.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching,
to the vital.
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
And all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Everyone is at risk for enamel loss. When you drink or eat something that's acidic, it sucks the minerals out of the tooth surface. Pronamel is formulated to help deliver minerals to the tooth surface to help reharden and strengthen your enamel.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Don't be afraid. This Halloween will be just like last. We'll buy tons of Reese's Cups for the youngins. Then eat them all ourselves. Reese's.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September.
To get this far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you need epic performances under pressure and a flair for the dramatic. We're one step closer to the Cup. There's nothing like playoff hockey. The conference finals on the networks of NBC.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term, while helping with occasional joint stiffness. Osteo Biflex.
Hey, bud, how's pajama day?
It means school picture day.
No.
Life isn't always simple, but here's something that is. Heart-healthy California walnuts. So simple, so good.
Dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Tuesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Tracking Sally, and coastal and inland flooding will be a problem. Streets in Sanibel Island soaked here in Florida. Flood alerts stretching about 500 miles east to west. And we're going to start off. We're going to go region by region, city by city here. And we're going to start off here in Florida. And you can see Apalachicola, St. George Island, over to Panama City, Destin, you heard the Emerald Coast, over to Pensacola. With winds right now gusting 25 to almost 30 miles an hour. And over the past 24 hours, there has been a lot of very heavy rain, but most of it has been offshore. The yellow, as indicated here, shows about 3 to 5 inches. So if you've been hanging out Port St. Joe or Panama City and you thought that it's been a pretty wet day, well, it's going to get worse, frankly, with more oranges and reds heading your way. So even more heavy rain is expected. And for Apalachicola, Florida, give you an idea about the rain and the wind. So the wind is up here. The time is down here. We're close to this right here. Tuesday at 2 o'clock in the morning through the afternoon later on today. It's Tuesday, later on today. Notice we're going to have hours and hours of rain and windy conditions in Apalachicola. And then look at this, Ray, just continues, goes and goes. Tuesday even into Wednesday with some strong winds and expected to get up to tropical storm force winds in Pensacola, Florida. And this too, the rain and the strong winds of 50 mile an hour are strongest or stronger and changing directions as we go on, continuing for several hours, Ray.
Yeah, it is going to, and that means the wind, and that means even into Alabama, the waves, low ground and high waves, certainly not a great combination already. Overwash on Dauphin Island here during the day on Monday. Yeah, some of the roadways already underwater, and in the state of Alabama, obviously the closer to the coast that you get, the higher the chance for flooding, and the flooding will move inland as the heavy rain continues to move inland. It's all going to be the legacy of Sally, which maybe its slow movement and ends up being the biggest problem. Already with the wind and rain, not quite to tropical storm force, got to get to 39 miles per hour, but some of the gusts 30 plus here. We're in Fairhope. Not seeing the rain yet into Mobile, but it's coming as some of these outer bands of Sally Sally are continuing to push in. That would mean deteriorating conditions with the wind and the rain, the wind-driven rainfall. Over the past 24 hours, not much rain on shore yet. As Chris mentioned, around the panhandle of Florida, we have seen just a touch of rain, but a bunch coming here as we head through the next couple of days. And the wind will start to pick up with the rainfall here. Look at the wind speeds getting above tropical storm force, even 50+ miles per hour. The rain rate heavy, so tropical storm force winds, and we're going to see that wind and rain continue right on through Wednesday morning, through midday Wednesday, starting to back down, but still, as we get into Wednesday night, a prolonged period of wind and rain, most likely to tropical storm force sustained winds at the time, Chris, here, continue to come in, and it's just going to blow the wind. The wind will continue to blow the rain around, continue to push the water up on in, and we're not just going to see Alabama and Florida affected. We may also see states like Mississippi affected by this wind and rain.
Yeah, and it's only Tuesday morning, right? We're seeing this going all the way through at least Wednesday evening, if not later, including Mississippi. Already seeing a surge of water, a rise in water here. And this in Long Beach, Mississippi. You can see the parking lot here and the covered structure. That's water, and gently moving water, but it's water where it normally would not be out ahead of the system. So let's go right now and take a look at the forecast here and what we're seeing now in Mississippi from Bay St. Louis over to Gulfport and Pascagoula as well, with the winds gusting at times stronger than 30 miles an hour. So for Pascagoula, Mississippi, expecting the 75-mile-an-hour winds, the hurricane force wind gusts at least. It's going to be later this evening, Tuesday evening, so after daybreak, throughout the day, into the evening, and into Wednesday morning, could have those hurricane force winds, 1 foot to 1.5 foot of rainfall. So the combination of water coming onshore, water not being able to drain offshore, flooding looking at a significant problem, and that surge is nothing to shake a stick at either, 6 to 9 feet there. Gulfport, Mississippi, it is going to be wet and windy for days, at least this day and then another day, Wednesday. And Gulfport also expecting some of the stronger winds to pick up by daybreak. Could see winds stronger than 50 miles an hour last also, Ray, for several hours. So from Florida to Alabama to Mississippi and, yes, Louisiana. Got to get ready for it all.
Yeah, and we are. The preparations being made and getting ready for high water rescues around New Orleans. The police have been checking boats, making sure they're prepped up, specialized trucks that may need to be deployed. Looking better from the last 24 hours or over the last 24 hours in Louisiana as we're continuing to see it track a little bit further toward the east. And that's good. You're on the west side of the storm where there may be less impacts, but still gusty winds here so far this morning have been around 24 miles per hour around New Orleans. As you get away from the center, obviously, Baton Rouge, the winds have been a little bit lighter. But for New Orleans, 25+ mile per hour wind gusts now through Wednesday morning. 35 mile per hour gusts Tuesday afternoon. It could get higher, could get to tropical storm force or greater. Probably not getting the hurricane force, though. I mean, we're going to have to see a drastic shift in the forecast track to get that. Rainfall forecast less than an inch. That's good news here with this scenario and this storm track staying to and to the west of the heaviest of the rainfall. The future radar will show what the model thinks is going to be happening in terms of the heavy rain coming in. Notice to the east now as we go through Tuesday evening. Heaviest rain pushing on through Biloxi and heading on into the interior of the southeast over the next couple of days. Well, stay with us here. We're here for coverage of Sally all day and all night as we head through the next.
Your carpets are filled with memories and sometimes other things too. Replacing your carpet is easy with the Home Depot because you've got even more styles and colors to choose from. And right now, installing it is even easier with free installation by licensed local professionals backed for life. Replace your carpet with ease. Free installation. Done right. Guaranteed. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon.
Oh, that looks good.
Astounding.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy.
The only FDA-approved once-daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3.
Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3. I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
So good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance. Let's try again. Everybody back to 1.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Now is the time to prepare, but be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Bad weather is nothing to take lightly. Those on the Gulf Coast know a flood and heavy rains can be just as deadly as tropical winds.
Now is not the time to let your guard down. The hurricane is going to be a challenge. We are going to continue to work through it. There was the potential of 15 to 20 inches of rain in a short period of time.
You are watching the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren here in the lab at the Weather Channel, where we are tracking Sally. Of course, we do have an extensive deployment of crews covering this storm for you, which is not going to be a matter of hours, but a matter of days before Sally is all done and gone, with lingering effects likely, and multiple effects as well. Here's the latest. We are expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center within this hour, so it could come 10, 15, 20, and most likely no later than 30 minutes from now. Again, it would be the 2 o'clock Eastern Intermediate Advisory, the 1 o'clock Central Time Advisory, and oftentimes they come in a little bit early. So we are waiting on that. But as of the 10 o'clock Central Time Advisory, 100 mile per hour, Category 2 hurricane. We're talking 11 miles away from being a Cat 3. It doesn't show any obvious signs of strengthening right now, so that would be a little bit of good news here. The bad news is that it's a slow mover. So when we look at slow-moving tropical entities, even the tropical entities that aren't named, just clusters of storms that kind of work as a unit but might not be organized, can do a lot of damage in terms of flooding, rain, and that is going to be a concern with this, as this slow-moving storm, this hurricane right now, goes on shore. And in parts of Mississippi, the hurricane warnings extend a couple counties inland, and tropical storm watches and tropical storm warnings also extending several counties inland into Alabama. Storm surge warnings. So storm surge is expected with this. And then there's the heavy rain associated with this as well. So with the potential for surge, expecting 6 to 9 feet of surge above normally dry ground. That is significant. That is taller than most people. Flash flood watches now extending almost up to Tennessee. Look at that, almost up to Tennessee, extending all the way up here in Alabama quite a ways. And then there's also the threat that some of the storms will be strong in stuff. So you have the hurricane and then some of the bands associated with it and the peripheral thunderstorms could be severe, and can't rule out the possibility also that we could have tornadoes, Torcon of 3 for parts of Florida, even parts of Georgia, Ray, and Alabama as well for tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to have to be alert to what your alerts are and what they mean, especially as we get into the heart of this storm. Right now, Mobile, Destin, Panama City Beach, Pensacola Beach, some type of watches or warnings in place. As you get into Alabama, points just to the west, it's more hurricane and more tropical storm as you get into the panhandle of Florida. But the weather will continue to deteriorate. It's going to be a multiple-day event, as Chris had mentioned. So that's multiple days of rain and severe weather. Most of the heaviest rain is just offshore right now, but the winds are gusting 26 miles per hour, Apalachicola now to tropical storm force over this buoy here out over the Gulf. And watching that wind and rain continue to spread inland now. So it gets worse before it gets better. It's going to get a whole lot worse for, as we said, a few days here around Panama City and Destin. Just starting to see some of those heavier bands offshore. They'll start to move through here. Even a little thunder and lightning as we get out near the Alabama and Florida border. So thunder, lightning, could be some squally weather, some stronger winds in with some of these bands of thunderstorms now as we're starting to see that northeast side of Sally continue to push in. So the rain's going to start coming down heavier. The winds will start to pick up. It'll be a slow process and a prolonged process too, as thunderstorms in the forecast through today, Wednesday, and maybe even Thursday further upstream here. It's Panama City, out toward Pensacola and out toward Mobile. We'll continue to watch that threat for severe weather, which would mean that threat for some tornadoes as we watch the northeast side be the favorable side for activity. There'll be quick movers too, quick spin-ups, usually EF0s and EF1s. That's why our Torcons are at a 3 from Pensacola to Panama City. That means a chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius of any one given point. Out toward Biloxi, a little bit lower of a chance as you get on that north and northwest side of the center, at least under the current forecast. That looks like where the best chance will be. So that's that right front quadrant that will be the hot spot for tornadoes. Typically with landfalling tropical systems, this is the case. Now, no storm's the same, so each storm will have a different amount of severe weather and a different amount of tornadoes. But as the winds continue to show not only speed shear, but we'll have directional shear also as we watch Sally come on shore, Chris, we will see that threat for tornadoes.
And of course, here at the Weather Channel, we are preparing you for everything Hurricane Sally related and beyond. The threats extend far inland. We're going to break down the flooding threat. Who can see that? Plus, from coast to coast, a lot more rain, but also wildfires. Is there any relief in sight?
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
New appliances mean cool drinks, homemade treats, and freshening up your favorite fall outfits. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot also means saving, like up to 40% on select appliances. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
You push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
Now during Ram Power Days, get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right on the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare.
It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
We'll get back to our extensive Hurricane Sally coverage here in a moment, but first this. Firefighters working day and night to contain the fires, stripping much of the West Coast of its many beauties here. The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels takes a look now at the heart of the devastation, where families, in some cases, had only minutes to leave a lifetime of memories behind.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing it's hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm gonna have a trailer. I think I'm still gonna have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up. It's good. It's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
Can you imagine walking up the drive not knowing if your home was still there? Well, stay with The Weather Channel, and for updates on the western wildfires, make sure you check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat as well. Quick look at all of the fires, the massive fires burning in the west. And growing up on the West Coast, seeing so many fires west of the Cascades is mind-blowing. It is such a humid and relatively cool environment. You just don't see it that much, let alone that big. So this is a historic season up and down the West Coast. A lot of drought and a lot of smoke. Tell you what, it is absolutely brutal as far as just the visibility, and if you suffer at all for any kind of breathing issues, Ray, it's unbearable across parts of the West.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, it's kind of source to sink, hot, cold, wet, dry, but it's been extreme. And look at this, already starting to see the surf chewing away at the coastline here in Florida. Destin, we've had protective dunes getting eroded away, and that will continue as this prolonged beating from Sally will go on for a couple of days here, not only from the wind and the water rise and the waves, but the rain. The rain is going to continue to push in as Sally moves northward. Now, the jet stream traditionally, or normally maybe we would say, would pick this system up and accelerate it as it got further north in latitude, but the jet stream right now is too far north to pick it up. So they'll continue to pump in that rich tropical moisture, and that means prolonged periods of tropical rain continuing. Right now, between the European and the GFS model, everybody's kind of on the same page that there'll be heavy rainfall moving into coastal areas of Florida and even on into Mississippi and Alabama. But the question is going to be, how long does it stick around? The GFS a little more progressive, meaning that it's moving a little bit quicker as we go through Wednesday afternoon. But the Euro's a stronger system and does not even have the center on shore yet. There's about a 24-hour difference right now for where the Euro and the American model bring this on shore. Either way, both agree that we're going to see heavy rainfall, some spots over a foot of rain, especially down near Mobile and Pensacola. That'll spread north in some areas, even into the interior. Could see very heavy rainfall. Some of these areas, even according to the GFS model, as we get into central and northern parts of Alabama and even Georgia, 6 to 12 inches of rainfall, Chris.
And Ray, if you live in the state of Alabama, anywhere in the state, it's possible you will see flash flooding Wednesday into Thursday morning at some point. Even today, in fact, in some parts, the more coastal areas, but the possibility, the threat for flooding extending and including the entire state of Alabama. But also look at this. Not only is it a possibility that there's going to be some flash flooding, it is likely there will be some flash flooding. There is that much rain that is coming with a slow-moving system. Now, we're not saying that every single location here, it's just not the way tropical systems, set up. They don't bring uniform rain. It's going to be some parts of it are going to have more than others. There's going to be, stronger parts of the hurricane, and there's going to be weaker parts of it. But where that heavy rain comes down the longest, we are going to see some flash flooding. It is a likelihood here, and that is that stretch here. And notice too, we're talking millions of people here when you see the 5 to 8 inches. This is the rain that's expected through Friday. Many areas, even the northern part of Georgia, and you get up here into the Appalachian Mountains and you get a serious issue with the possibility for flooding. So stay with the weather for in-depth coverage of Sally.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Max. No. Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
Hey, buddy. Got yourself a nut?
Humble!
Need NFL Red Zone? Get the Spectrum TV Sports Pack. Over 10 sports channels for just $5 more a month. Upgrade now on channel 2495.
Gotta protect the rock.
I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. That was all I really needed.
We got back. One day he called me out of the blue. And it's comforting to know that I always can count on him to have my back.
She called me from time to time. I really didn't think I needed any help.
It took me from being really depressed to feeling like somebody cared. It gave me some hope. Just that one text.
Be there. Your call, your presence, your words, your support. Be there and help save a life.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, partly cloudy, low 57. Winds north-northeast at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Tuesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 70. North-northeast winds shifting to east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, clear, low 59. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I don't want to forget here about Paulette. Actually went through Bermuda as it pounded it with hurricane force winds in some spots. Boats rocking in Pitts Bay. Yeah, rough day here for Paulette now, which pulled away. At one point, the entire island was in the eye, meaning that was actually pretty calm. So obviously not in the eye here. And now Paulette moving away. But wow, what a season it's been here in the tropical Atlantic. Multiple systems we are currently looking at. Hurricane Paulette now in the open waters of the Atlantic. Tropical Storm Teddy, Tropical Storm Vicky, Invest 98L, another area of disturbed weather out in the northeastern parts of the Atlantic. Right now, Paulette at 105 mile per hour, Category 2, moving away from Bermuda and affecting shipping lanes. But the tropical moisture will stay, especially out through the Gulf where Sally is and where we've got Paulette and Teddy and Vicky and those other areas of disturbed weather as we go through the morning, Wednesday and Thursday, continuing to see, what we see here is the moisture following these tropical systems. So we see these little circles of moisture. That's where these systems are going. And right now, most of them, besides Sally, will be staying on off and not affecting the U.S. mainland in the short term through early next week. But we're already through every storm except our last one here. If we get one more named storm, and that system coming off the coast of Africa right now may end up being Wilford. It may not be, but there's a good chance it could be a depression or a storm. And then we would get into the Greek alphabet. Still a long way to go. 48% of the season to come on here still yet in the tropical Atlantic. If we do start the Greek alphabet, Chris, that first storm name would be Alpha.
And Hurricane Sally expected to make landfall within the next 24 to 36 hours. Maybe. In Waveland, Mississippi, residents are running out of time. Our Robert Ray caught up with people who are packing up before the storm arrives.
Dangerous storm surge. Heavy rain and strong winds are coming. Hurricane Sally is slow but ambitious, and many people in the Magnolia State are stocking up on food, waiting in long lines to get fuel and evacuate off the coastline.
But when you got to replace your home, your roofs, and your property and stuff like that, you lose everything. That hurts.
In Waveland, Mississippi, a town devastated by Hurricane Katrina, David Hubbard owns a hardware store. He's keeping it open as long as he can to help the community board up their homes.
Well, I guess it's like earthquakes in California and things like that. It's life. You know, you just live with it, you prepare for it, and you do the best you can.
A mandatory evacuation here in Waveland, Mississippi. I just pulled into this parking lot about 2.5 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, and I want to show you this. Check this out. There are boats and RVs here in this retail shopping center that people have parked at. They're concerned that obviously the storm surge will cause incredible flooding and that they'll lose their properties. But take a look above at the pictures and look at how many people are staging here. They've put all of their equipment and their big trucks and their shrimping boats like the one behind me to try and be safe, and many people have left town already. Others still trying to make their way as Sally is getting closer. 50 miles to the west is New Orleans. Sandbags are in place with the hope that if the streets flood, the stores will not be inundated. Cafe Beignet is in the French Quarter and was serving customers this morning, but closed at 1 p.m.
It did shift a little bit, so we're not exactly sure what we will be getting today. And then we will be shut down for the next 2 days as well.
Though the track of Hurricane Sally is leaning more east now, the uncertainty of strength and rainfall totals is not being taken lightly in the Big Easy. These friends from Philadelphia, here on a quick getaway, are not taking chances.
Yeah, we came in to celebrate her birthday, and yeah, we were looking to stay till tomorrow, but everybody said we should evacuate.
From Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle and spinning northeast as the week progresses, Hurricane Sally is set to bring a barrage of life-threatening rain and wind. Robert Ray, The Weather Channel.
And to the west, the east, a bit more than inclement weather is expected when we look at the potential for some surge and some waves and, of course, the flooding rain that is expected. First, the surge, storm surge flooding. Anywhere you see yellow, that is in that 3 to 6 foot range here. And for Gulfport, by tomorrow this evening, today's Tuesday, it's dark though, right? So once the sun comes up and before the sun goes down again, by the evening hours, 75-mile-an-hour gusts, a possibility here in Gulfport, and 5 to 8 inches when it's all said and done. Again, can't rule out a 6 to 9 foot surge. Gulfport, Mississippi, looking at hour after hour of winds stronger than 50 miles an hour, approaching 60-mile-an-hour times. But again, those winds could gust to 74, 75 miles an hour, not ruling that out, going through the rest of Tuesday and then eventually into Wednesday as well with that heavy rain and flooding. The surge here also across parts of Florida, as we can see, not just at the immediate coast either. Let's remember this too. A lot of the bays and the inlets will see some of that surge as well. We've already in some parts of the Gulf Coast have seen the water coming up out ahead of this system. Now, when you see the surge, something else that's going to be happening is that the rain that comes down has a hard time draining out either. So that just compounds the problem as well. When the rainfall forecast as well in Pensacola is for 1 foot to 1.5 foot. Getting around town, driving around is not going to be a good thing. It's not going to be easy, and it could possibly be life-threatening as well. So for Pensacola, it is going to be hour after hour of moderate to heavy rain expected. So stay with the Weather Channel for in-depth coverage of Sally. You will not get this anywhere else. Stay with us all day and all night.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Tara, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Wow, okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Adina Menzel to sing your own theme song?
Tara, Tara, look at her go with a fresh cup of joe, getting down to work early, following her dreams into taxidermy.
It's tax attorney.
I read that wrong, oh yeah!
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value Brand.
2020 lowest 5-year cost to own brand, and most trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 best overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September 30th.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road to life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay on our app or at ogtogo.com. Choose from all your favorites like fettuccine Alfredo or soup, salad, and breadsticks. Then bring it all home with contactless carside pickup. The hardest part is deciding where to start. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? It's because they rub against you, creating friction. And your clothes rub against you all day. For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Just pour into the rinse dispenser, and Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer, fluffier, and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle, recognized by the National Psoriasis Foundation and National Eczema Association.
Well, the latest update is in. We will get to that in just a moment, but we are tracking Sally, a dangerous hurricane. And it is inching, crawling closer and closer to the Gulf Coast. Already, it has rapidly intensified into a Category 2 hurricane. However, it is now a Category 1 hurricane. The winds have come down a little bit. We can't read too much into that for the long-term effects, though, because a lot is going to be happening with this slow-moving hurricane that will bring multiple threats that are going to be felt well inland. In fact, as far north as Birmingham, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, and into Charlotte, North Carolina. So, as I alluded to, breaking right now, Hurricane Sally, as of the 1 o'clock Central Time advisory from the National Hurricane Center, is a Category 1 hurricane now. And now it is moving to the west at 3 miles an hour, no longer to the west-northwest, but jogging a bit to the left, moving a little bit to the west here at 3 miles an hour. It does have some very heavy rain associated with it. It is possible it will re-strengthen. We will see if that does remain, in the cards for this hurricane. But further strengthening, again, is a possibility during these overnight hours into the morning and then possibly tomorrow as well. Life-threatening storm surge with the strong and persistent winds pushing a lot of water into Louisiana and Mississippi. Also, again, well inland and at the immediate coast. So from the coast inland, flash flooding is a very real concern and a very dangerous one at that. So here's the high resolution satellite here. There is not, you don't see as much purple showing up there, so you don't have as much of the intensity that we saw earlier, so it's not quite as strong. And there is still, though, some very heavy rain. The center is pretty obvious, and it's hard just looking here, over the past hour or so with the the radar and the satellite combination, it's hard to discern any actual movement of the center. Again, it's only an hour, but it is moving so slow that it's hard to even tell that it is moving. But again, now it is moving to the west with winds offshore, kind of illustrating just how strong this is. Some of these buoys reporting winds gusting close to 60 miles an hour. And also, these winds extending well away from the center of the hurricane. Hurricane force winds are going to be closer to the actual center of the storm, but the extent of the winds, when we talk about the impacts happening well outside of the cone, this is kind of an illustration of that in the sense that the center is right here, somewhere over here, but well off on either direction, you have the stormy conditions, the tropical storm force winds and the heavy rain, even outside of that. So as far as the winds go on land from Apalachicola, winds gusting to 31 miles an hour. Mobile, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, some of the latest gusts here. And these winds coming out of the east-northeast on the northern part of the storm. So as is the case, as the pressure goes down, the winds go up, and we've been seeing kind of a little bit of a steady movement as far as the strengthening goes. And with that, the winds have been coming down just a little bit. But Ray, again, we can't read too much, I think, into the fact that the winds have come down, because there's still a long way to go in terms of time and distance for this storm.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. And even on that westward jog, probably can't pay too much attention to that right now. But as we go through the coming days, and yes, it will be days, Chris, we're going to have to continue to watch Sally, as they've already started gearing up, as Sally is still sitting offshore. Many people did their important work protecting homes and getting gas for cars and generators on Monday. And more of that as final preparation should be getting made along the coastal areas. And now even starting to think as you get inland, a flood threat continuing to spread north and northeast eventually, at least based on the current forecast track of Sally, which, as Chris said, down to a Category 1 storm, still a strong Category 1 hurricane with 90-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. The center located 75 miles east-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi, but certainly not concentrating on the center for all intents and purposes. It's more about tracking and where the center of that goes. But impacts could be felt west. Hurricane warnings as far west as New Orleans, kind of on the outer fringes, and Pensacola also under a hurricane warning. Tropical storm watches and hurricane and tropical storm warnings, though, do start spreading inland, though, into parts of the interior Mississippi and Alabama. So these are areas that may actually get tropical storm force wind gusts, 39 plus miles per hour. So we could get strong winds even moving north-northeast. The storm surge warnings, Lake Pontchartrain could see a storm surge getting above 2 to 4 feet on Gulfport, Gulf Shores out toward Destin, but it does not include the areas of hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system in and around New Orleans. So that's some good news there. There's a flash flood threat. Look at the flood watches now all the way up toward Birmingham and northeast of that. That is for the potential for heavy flooding rainfall. And if this current forecast track is where it looks like it's going to be, we could see that flood threat continue to get into the southeast parts of Georgia and even the Carolinas, Chris, as we start to see some of this heavy rainfall push on in. And as we do, it does look like we are going to see some of that heavy rain continue to push on into places like maybe, Alabama or even on into North Georgia. Chris?
Yeah, it's amazing just how slow this is moving. I think when these slow-moving systems, even right at the coast, bring a lot of wild cards with them. So this country's southern tier needs to be ready for this powerful system here with the strong winds. Again, it could strengthen still during the day here on this Tuesday. Some gusts already clocked around 100 miles per hour offshore late in the day on Monday as the storm was really getting going here. Tropical storm force winds also going to be spreading well inland as we see the possibility, the potential for this to have hurricane force winds stronger than 74 miles an hour well inland, well away from the coast here. And then the 60-mile-an-hour winds just outside of that, but still tropical storm force winds can't be ruled out even into the greater Atlanta area and Birmingham as well. So this is one side of the story. We're going to get to the rain and the surge here in just a moment, but the winds right now across the panhandle of Florida from that 20 to even stronger than 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Again, we're going to have many hours of weather like this, but add in the rain and the winds to be even stronger in the hours to come. Here's another look at what the radius, the circumference of this storm may look like. So when you spread out the winds from the center, just how far reaching this storm is going to be with these winds. And let's remember too that the winds are going to be going in that counterclockwise fashion. So as this storm comes on shore initially, like right now, beforehand, you're getting the winds out of the east, northeast, but then the winds as it comes in are going to change direction. So something may be weakened from one direction, and then that final knockout blow could come from a different direction. There's just a lot of wild cards with these systems. It's not just a quick one through as far as the winds go. It's going to be several hours of this, and at times the winds going in different directions over the same area. So the probability of tropical storm winds, it's looking like pretty much a slam dunk there for coastal areas of Alabama. All of Alabama's coastline right here and into Mississippi and into Florida, and then a pretty good chance, high likelihood into these yellows that you're going to be seeing some tropical storm winds here pretty soon whenever this thing decides to make that turn to the north, Ray.
Yeah, Chris, and as it turns, we'll continue to see more of this, and if anything, we could see in the panhandle of Florida here more wave action. Here's the brunt of some of this wave action here during the day on Monday. High waves rocking Pensacola's pier, a 6-foot surge threat, and that's 6 feet above ground, meaning standing dry ground. So I'm 6 foot something. So just imagine that, a water rise of 6 feet or higher in some of these areas, maybe up to 9 or 10 feet in some spots. That's why we've got these storm surge warnings now in place. The warnings that there's more confidence that we will get the water rise does not include areas inside hurricane and storm drainage risk reduction systems, but still, we are going to have surge and quite a bit of it because we've already got 15-foot waves getting ready to come on shore now, and even around one of those buoys around the center, 20-foot wave heights being measured. So we've got wave heights. The slow movement's not going to help. And already 2 to 3 foot water rise already between Waveland and Shell Beach. And the center is still sitting well down toward your south. About a 2 foot water rise already in Pensacola. So these are areas that are going to see even more in the way of water rise over the next couple of days. So Destin around a 2 to 4 foot storm surge potential. New Orleans and around Lake Pontchartrain 3 to 5 feet. 6 to 9 feet, though, the area in red. That means a 6 to 9 foot water rise above dry ground. So around Gulfport and Mobile Bay especially, we'll see Sally pushing the water in with those high waves and those strong winds. And if this thing sits around like the European model says that it may do, we could see a prolonged period of this and multiple high tides that could be affecting here areas like Gulfport, Mobile, and Shell Beach. So we've got Tuesday morning again on Wednesday morning in Gulfport, Mobile, Tuesday morning and Wednesday afternoon. We've got forecasted high tides too, so complicate things even more when you get not only the water coming up by nature, but things that happen here with the storm as Sally continues to push north. This is where we are going to see some of those highest water rises come in, especially, Chris, as we get during times of high tide.
And Ray, we do know that storm surge time and time again is dangerous and possibly a very deadly part of a landfalling hurricane. Hurricane expert Dr. Rick Dabb shows you why this surge of water takes so many lives.
A landfalling hurricane brings with it a powerful surge of salt water that can travel over land for miles into neighborhoods like this one and up rivers and streams tens of miles inland with devastating consequences. At 3 feet high above ground, water is already life-threatening and floods the lower levels of homes and businesses. Large objects can float, including cars and trucks. Driving is impossible. When water reaches 6 feet, vehicles quickly get carried away. Sharp, dangerous objects and chemicals can lurk below in the murky water. This is truly life-threatening and above the height of most people. And when water gets up to 9 feet, the first floor of homes and structures are completely flooded. There are very few places to survive when the water gets this high. This is why storm surge accounts for about half of all deaths directly caused by tropical cyclones in the United States. So please, find out if you live in an evacuation zone today and be prepared to leave when ordered to do so, because evacuating is the only way to ensure you survive a rising storm surge.
Of course, the surge coming from the Gulf, that's what is expected. But inland, heading toward the Gulf, eventually will be water that's trying to drain. water that was rain, that was clouds associated with this tropical moisture associated with this hurricane. So inland freshwater flooding is a very serious concern. Here's how things are setting up as this hurricane moves onshore. And even before the center of it does, there's going to be a lot of moisture associated with it, whether or not it's a weaker system or a stronger one. There is going to be a pretty obvious slug of rain eventually coming onshore. And by a Wednesday afternoon, somewhere in Alabama, somewhere in Florida, likely to have several inches of rainfall. Again, 1 foot to 1.5 feet of rain is a very real possibility here, and that is what this pink is showing us for parts of Florida and parts of Alabama, and even portions of Mississippi as well could be in that much higher range. But notice too that 1.5 foot to 2 feet of rain is possible even across parts of Alabama. So always when we show you these broad ranging sweeps of rain and what's expected, you can always end up with higher amounts. But conversely also, Ray, some areas won't get this much. Some of the areas that are in the red won't get the foot of rain. But again, it could and likely does overachieve in certain locations.
Yeah, and the rain will continue to push it inland. And we'll be worried and very worried about an inland flood threat. Places like Atlanta, Charlotte, right in the bullseye for some of that heaviest rain. Both areas dry to start off the fall. Atlanta's got a deficit for September of 1.91 inches, but well above average of rainfall for the year. Atlanta once again ahead for the year by 12.13 inches, and we could make up that deficit for September over the next day or two in places like Atlanta. The areas in yellow likely flooding. All right, that doesn't mean for everybody, but the areas in yellow is the best opportunity. That spreads into Atlanta, Birmingham, even out toward Rome, Georgia, and getting into parts of even the Carolinas eventually. Look at the heavy rainfall according to the European model. The areas in red showing where there could be 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. We really don't want this to come down over a short period of time. Hopefully we'll spread it out if we are going to get this heavy rain over a couple of days. GFS saying the same thing, maybe a little further west with the heaviest of the rainfall, Chris, but it does look like either way we are going to see heavy rain in parts of the southeast.
And right before Sally became a hurricane, threatening the panhandle of Florida, it was a tropical depression moving over the Florida Keys, catching the crew of a sailboat in its grasp.
Yes, this is Preston Point. I can finally hear you. We are in distress. Need help.
The U.S. Coast Guard sent a chopper from Air Station Miami and lowered a rescue swimmer by harness. The sailboat lost power to its engine, and that rescue swimmer has some advice for boaters.
Check in with anybody. Let them know where you are. But check the weather, especially in South Florida during hurricane season, because that was a tropical storm that was not forecasted to be too strong, but enough to put you in some danger.
And both passengers on board the sailboat are reported.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
New appliances mean cool drinks, homemade treats, and freshening up your favorite fall outfits. Getting the appliances you love with the Home Depot also means saving, like up to 40% on select appliances. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need.
False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Feeling stressed? Try new Nature's Bounty Stress Comfort. 3 unique gummies for your unique needs. Find peace, boost mood, sleep well. Stress comfort comes naturally, only from Nature's Bounty.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex, to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term, while helping with occasional joint stiffness. Osteo Biflex.